Joe.
Jesus. Get that going. Okay. All right, people, let's get this show on the road. We are here tonight for the Canelo versus Scull event, and I am hoping that I can get the bad taste out of my mouth from last night's Fatal Fury, which, if you didn't tune in, good for you. You had a nice night. You got to enjoy yourself. You got to miss that atrocious Devin Haney performance versus Jose Ramirez. You had to miss out on... It was cool to see Rolly Romero pull off the upset, but it's the headline is what's cool. The fight itself was not fun to watch. Put it that way. It was extremely tentative. Very tentative from Ryan Garcia, so it was tough to listen to, have to... Yeah, I missed Jim Lampley, and he was on the call, and he had to sit through some rough fights. So, anyway, tonight is bound to be better. Bound to be better. We've got, at the very top of this, or at the very bottom of this main event card, a huge heavyweight fight, and I mean huge in a very literal sense. We've got Martin Bakole versus Efe Ajagba. Both of them, each man 6'6". It's a lot of heavyweight in the ring. You got Bakole, Congolese, and he is coming off of a rough go against Joseph Parker, and he filled in at the very last moment when Parker was supposed to be fighting Daniel Dubois. It was going to be a phenomenal heavyweight fight, and the Parker versus Bakole was, exciting as well, but he filled in the very last second. He said he was good. He said he was good to go and whatnot, but he got knocked out in the second round by Parker. You have to think that the short preparation time hurt him in the end. And before that, he was the boogeyman, one of the real boogeymen of the heavyweight division, and he had absolutely destroyed Jared Anderson, who is a very hot heavyweight prospect, American heavyweight prospect, and Martin Bakole just absolutely walked him down and sunned him, just like beat him with a belt practically. And so he is now facing Efe Ajagba, who is Nigerian and a good deal younger than Bakole, actually. And Ajagba is a really interesting fighter, really interesting story. The fact that he's Nigerian and he was 17 and working at a bakery, a local bakery, and looking for something, looking for more. He tried football. He then got his hand at boxing, and he wound up winning gold at the African Games in 2015, and he went on a run at heavyweight. Lost some steam when he got defeated by Frank Sanchez, and has been, kind of building his way back. And Bakole has more name recognition, I would say, right now at the moment. But Ajagba is saying, hey, this is my moment to make my mark here and prove that, I'm the guy. So if he can steal that thunder from Bakole, that would be big. Because I think a lot of people gave Bakole a bit of a pass in that second round TKO against Joseph Parker, and understandably so. He really came in the last minute to really save that fight because Dubois had to leave. So anyway, this fight is getting going. Well, we're in the early stages now where Ajagba is now walking to the ring. I don't know who the rapper is with him, who's accompanying him, but they're gonna get this this fight going. Like I said, this is bound to be a better card. So this is the very first of the main event, the main card fights that's happening. But after that, we've got Bruno Surace versus Jaime Munguia in a rematch that is fascinating because Bruno Surace was a massive underdog against Jaime Munguia in their first fight, and they fought in Tijuana, in Munguia's home, in his hometown, and Surace was getting beat. Munguia knocked him down in the first round with a left hook, and he was getting beat up, and Munguia was on the attack, coming forward, had Surace on the ropes, and, you know, kind of, I guess, let his guard down a little bit, dropped his lead hand a little, and Surace just jacked him, absolutely jacked him with a perfect right hand right on the point of the chin, and you saw Munguia just get flat on the canvas, and he got counted out. 10 count, and it was shocking for multiple reasons. And the very first one on the headline is that going into that fight, of Surace's 25 wins, he had 4 knockouts. And he just starched Jaime Munguia. So that is happening after this heavyweight fight. Then we got Badou Jack versus Noel Mikaelyan. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that right, but that's going to be at cruiserweight. Neither of these guys had fought since 2023. Badou Jack is the WBC champion. You know, that'll be an interesting fight. That's kind of, I guess, the co-main. And then we got Canelo versus Scull, which, frankly, I'm expecting Canelo to rock his shit. Knock him out. He should. So, this is honestly a better card. Just if, you know, you're laying it out, you're looking at the card, it's a better card than last night. And God willing, it's going to turn out that way. Fanzone, DAZN poll has 78% saying that Bakole is going to beat Ajagba. I'll tell you this, that is, I think, too lopsided. Ajagba is no joke. But I think people just have a lot of faith in Bakole, in a well-prepared Martin Bakole. I think there's a lot of remnants of that Jared Anderson beatdown, and understandably so. So that's going to be happening. Also, by the way, fun fact, Martin Bakole is the younger brother of Ilunga Makabu, who is the guy that both Badou Jack and Noel Mikaelyan had beaten in 2023 in their most recent fight. So, anyway, kind of a funny little happenstance. Now, we got the announcer doing his thing. This fight's gonna get going. I mean, I think anyone would be shocked if this fight goes the distance. You got 2 6'6" giant heavyweights, both of them with knockout power. So, I'm expecting this fight to, I don't know, I'd say, I don't know, I think under 9 rounds is my thinking. Yeah, Bakole, I lean toward Bakole. I think Bakole, I see your comment there, Links. I think Bakole is going to win. I think if you're betting, the betting value is on Ajagba, though. All right, anybody have predictions for this fight? or the next one, I will listen to them. Also, by the way, related to last night's event, I put out a poll on the channel because I'll tell you this: a lot of people were saying that this was absolutely devastating for Ryan Garcia, and it was. There's no way around it. His stock took a massive hit last night. But I gotta tell you, I was more disappointed in Devin Haney. I think that he fought so scared. Devin Haney did not fight a boxing match last night. It was a bachata session. It was a 400-meter dash. It was tandem bicycling. It was anything but an actual boxing match. He was circling the perimeter of the ring and running, and I don't like it a lot of times when boxing fans will use I feel like the term running gets overused when a lot of times people are they're boxing on the back foot. But in this case, Haney was running. Bad if Bakole takes the L. Don't know where it would go from there. Yeah. I mean, yeah, no, I think Haney looked like he was psychologically broken. I think Ryan took his soul. He beat him pretty really bad, and I think Haney realizes that his chin is suspect, and he does not want to get beat again. Can't understand that language, my friend, but appreciate it. Okay, we're going here on the fight. Ajagba is pumping the jab. Bakole, calm as ever, just inching his way forward. Ajagba working the jab upstairs and downstairs. All right, it's Bakole in the center of the ring. It's Ajagba working on the outside. Now Bakole with a little jab to the body and a jab up to the head. Oh, 1-2 there by Ajagba. That landed on Bakole. Bakole looks all right. Bakole pumping the jab. Both men seem, it's a tentative first round. Ajagba with a jab to the body. They both know that they each have power. A good feinting here by Ajagba. Both of them feinting each other, actually. Bakole tentatively jabs to the body, then doubles up to the head, but Ajagba gets out of the way. Ajagba back to the body, into the head. It is a jab fest right now, and understandably so. They're both feeling each other out. There's been some feints being thrown, trying to read how are you going to react to my shots here. Oh, okay, you can see that Ajagba's kind of looking for the counter cross. And Ajagba does look like a bit of the more bouncy, quick-footed fighter. But I think Bakole has deceptively fast hands. Bakole working the triple jab, but Ajagba using his head movement to get out of the way. Oh, good jab by Bakole. Jab to the body. A couple of jabs to the body by Bakole. Bakole just tried a little counter hook. Didn't land. Some feinting. Jabs to the body. We're seeing... Oh, Ajagba tried to go to the head. Bakole got out of the way. A lot of times when you're doing those jabs to the body, you're looking to set something up to the head. And Ajagba goes for a right hand over the top. Bakole avoids it, but then Ajagba follows up with a swivel jab that lands. Ooh, hard right by Ajagba at the end of the round. Bakole took it well. I think you give that first round to Ajagba. That right at the end of the round kind of punctuated things. And then also, I think he may have been a bit more active overall, but a pretty even round one. Always unnerves me how calm Bakole looks in there. He's so just calm and just walking forward, just very nonchalant, and like all of a sudden, bang! And it's just it's got to be unnerving to fight someone like that, because you know he's got power. And you know he's got some wrinkle to his game. All right, we're back here in round two. Bakole again going back to the jab to the body. Bakole jab to the body, goes for a left hook upstairs, but Ajagba catches it. Bakole being a little more active here to start round two, and he's doing some level changes as well. And Ajagba now throws his first punches of the round here, and they're all jabs. Ajagba goes for the 1-2, but Bakole avoids. Bakole changing levels now, ducking under Ajagba's jabs. Doing a nice job getting into a rhythm of avoiding those jabs by Ajagba. Yeah, Bakole seems to be getting into a bit of a rhythm here. With his head movement, at least. Oh, throwing some jabs. A little jab back by Bakole. Both men exchange jabs. Ajagba goes for a 1-2. Bakole goes for a counter left hook. Nothing significant lands. Ajagba still working around the perimeter of the ring, and Bakole is coming in, and he's changing levels. He's being a little bit more active with his movement. Now, there's a jab to the body by Bakole. Good jab upstairs by Ajagba. Bakole jab to the body and then jab upstairs. Ajagba really carries his lead hand low sometimes. Good jab by Ajagba. There's a couple jabs back by Bakole. Bakole with a nice jab upstairs as a distraction, then a hard jab to the body. Bakole went for a right hand, but Ajagba avoided it. Good jab by Bakole. Another jab by Bakole. Looks like Bakole's starting to get a little more on target with the jab, and as I say that, Ajagba lands a jab of his own. Ajagba throws a few feints, and Bakole does bite a little on the feint, but then Bakole lands a good jab. It seemed like Bakole was getting into a good rhythm in the early part of the round, and it feels like Ajagba is getting a little bit of momentum here. Oh, good counter jab by Bakole. Bakole goes for a hard right, but it gets missed. It is a boxing match right now. It is very much a boxing match between these two. You know, they're both showing that they're not just some, you know, unvarnished, uncivilized brutes. Both of them have some, you know, educated jabs, and are really feeling each other out, and they're feinting, and there's Bakole's doing his level changes, and he's doing his head movement. You know, it feels a bit like the calm before the storm. Like they're getting close to landing some big punches. They're getting close to landing some big rights. It's not happening yet, but you get the feeling. It's only been 2 rounds. Someone's going to land something big. It's not just going to be jabs here. And we did see a few solid jabs landed. I think particularly by Bakole. Bakole landed, I remember seeing a real solid jab to the body, and then some solid jabs upstairs, where you saw Ajagba's kind of head go back. Okay. Both men exchanging jabs here early in the 3rd round. Bakole being more active with his jab now, landing a few of them. Bakole's getting more active with his lead hand. More active, throwing some to the body. Jabs to the body. Ajagba throws a 1-2 back. Doesn't land, though. Ajagba clips Bakole with a right hand. Not a clean land, but it lands. And a decent jab there by Ajagba as well. Seems to have backed Bakole off for the moment. Good jab to the body by Bakole. Good jab by Ajagba. Oh, okay. Ajagba went for a left hook right hand, and Bakole seemed to block it. Oh, good right hand by Ajagba, and then followed up with a jab. Ajagba kind of just like some explosive movement with his combinations there, and he seemed to connect on some of them. And both of them land a few jabs. It looked like Bakole got clipped, and crowd gets a little excited there. But neither of them look like they're hurt. But we are getting more action here. We are getting it's getting more intense here in the third round. Both men are starting to open up more, particularly Ajagba. Both men just missed some crosses. Bakole coming forward. Ajagba still is on the perimeter, but Ajagba is pumping his jab now. Ajagba is going for the counter cross. You can see him now starting to try to counter Bakole's jab by slipping and then coming back with the cross. Bakole's done a decent job of avoiding it. Good jab by Ajagba. Both men exchange jabs. Bakole goes in for the hook, and then Ajagba, both of them are swinging on each other. It looks like Ajagba's getting the better of this exchange. I think Ajagba's speed is a bit of an advantage here. Good counter cross by Ajagba. Ooh, left hook by Bakole. Looked like it was more of a slap, but he did catch Ajagba with it. Bakole coming forward. Ajagba's back is on the ropes, and Bakole's starting to work now, outside and inside. Ajagba with a little counter across the inside. Both men are kind of crossed up, and now Bakole swinging a couple of hooks there. Ajagba blocks. Ajagba with a quick little cross on the inside. Both of them are exchanging here on the ropes. And the round ends. Round ends with Ajagba's guard up and Bakole swinging some uppercuts and hooks. That was a good round. I would give it to Ajagba. I think Ajagba did the cleaner work, and I think landed better, more punches, and did the cleaner work. But Bakole was coming on there at the end and had Ajagba on the ropes and was starting to open up a little bit. But Ajagba just before that had been getting the better of Bakole in some exchanges there. I think part of the thing that I'm seeing here with Ajagba is his advantage in his foot speed and his footwork. There was a couple times where Ajagba was able to get a nice angle on Bakole. And we're seeing replays of some good 1-2s and some good crosses, counter crosses that Ajagba landed in that round. So yeah, I mean, like I said, I think you give that round to Ajagba, certainly. That was the clearest round. Here in round 4, Bakole is opening up here early in the round with doubling up on the hook, on the right hook and the left hook. But Ajagba does a good job of blocking the shots. But you block the shots, you still feel the impact. Bakole's got a high guard now, kind of coming in. Ajagba throwing some shots, and Bakole is blocking them. Ooh, good uppercut by Ajagba. That was a nice shot. And Bakole throws an uppercut back. And now Ajagba is covering up on the ropes. The uppercut is a smart punch that Ajagba threw there, because Bakole had his guard like this, and up the middle was wide open. Now Ajagba is on the ropes, and Bakole is starting to work, but they're both exchanging here. Good little... Ajagba, both of them going for uppercuts, neither of them landing. Ooh, good left hook by Bakole. Bakole doubling up on the left hook. Ajagba's got his guard up. Bakole is swinging wide, and Ajagba pushes him off. Bakole working his way inside. Now Ajagba's in the corner. Bakole should open up here. both exchange a little bit. Bakole, now Ajagba's out of the corner. Bakole really didn't do much work there with Ajagba in the corner, but a good lead cross by Bakole, and Ajagba's on the ropes again. He really needs to try not to let himself get on the ropes this much. And Bakole's starting to work. Ajagba with a nice little counter to the body and a cross upstairs. Ajagba is catching Bakole as he's coming in now. Has been catching with a bunch of little crosses and straights. Bunch of little jabs and straights as Bakole's coming in. You see Bakole's head kind of bouncing back. And Bakole with a good cross. And some work here on the inside. This is a competitive match right now. Oh, nice right hook by Ajagba. Bakole with a heavy hook. A couple of heavy hooks and an uppercut up the middle. Good uppercut up the middle by Bakole. Ajagba throwing back. Ooh, leaping left hook by Bakole. Partially landed on Ajagba. Ajagba looks tired. He took a big breath. A good right hand by Bakole. Ajagba's back on the ropes. His hands are up. And Bakole's working. A good little cross to the body. And then a cross upstairs by Bakole. A few crosses. And Ajagba's covering up. And Bakole is swinging. Swinging. Ajagba's not answering. He's not firing back. Now is a good power jab by Ajagba. And swings around. And now Bakole. Now they're back in the center of the ring. Bakole working his way inside with the jab, and now Ajagba landing some good jabs. Ajagba with the ones and twos. Okay, the Bakole working his way in, just slowly slipping some punches. Ajagba with a 1-2. Now they're both clinching. Gotta imagine both big men are tired at this point. That's the end of the round. Man, that round felt like it lasted for a while. And they gotta feel it, because that was a pretty high pace for heavyweights, and especially for heavyweights of this size. Replay of a big hook. Replay of when Bakole landed some big hooks there. Yeah, I think that round you probably give to Bakole. He landed, I think, some of the bigger shots, and then also just the geometry of the fight. The fact that Ajagba has been on the ropes so many times, and Bakole's been able to work, even though Ajagba's been able to negate some of that work with his guard, but it just doesn't look good. It doesn't look good to be covering up on the ropes and have your opponent just swinging punches on you. Already this card is far better than last night's. Already, new night, thank goodness. Okay, and we're getting ready now. We're starting round 5. Ooh, Ajagba throws a jab and Bakole counters with the left hook. Now there's some distance, some space between the two. Ajagba's waving him in, come on, and throws a jab to the body. I think both guys are tired. I think both of them are tired right now, because Bakole is not moving in. Bakole's just standing in the center of the ring, waiting for Ajagba to come to him. I think they both want a breather at this point. Yeah, Bakole's mouth is open. Jab to the body by Bakole. Both men kind of posing, and Ajagba with little jabs here and there, but they're just kind of little feints, little poses. Not a whole lot happening here. The last round was extremely active, really active. A lot of punches being thrown for these two 6'6" heavyweight giants. Both of them exchanging jabs here, and Bakole with an interesting kind of a half guard, but his head's off to the side. Ajagba landing a couple clean jabs there on Bakole's head and then to the body. Bakole just went for a big right, and Ajagba saw it from a mile away and just backed out. Bakole with a nice double jab. Ajagba with a right to the body. I think Bakole is Bakole is tired, and Ajagba is taking advantage here, throwing some jabs, landing some jabs here on Bakole. Ajagba moving forward, backing Bakole into the ropes. And now Bakole feints his way off of the ropes. Ajagba tries to throw a 1-2. Bakole avoids it. Good counter jab by Bakole. Bakole, you can see though, both of them kind of have a similar guard right now, where the lead hand is down at the waist. And Bakole has tried to land a left hook there, but couldn't get it with Ajagba backing away. Good jab to the body by Bakole. Ajagba pumps, and then that lands a nice clean jab upstairs. Yeah, I think Bakole is he's just tired, and he's just kind of getting his wind back still. Ajagba does seem to be the more fit of the two. Bakole is getting backed up. Ajagba is working his way forward behind the jab. Bakole bounces off of the ropes and tries to land. Ajagba counters him with a cross. Bakole tried to use an old tactic where you back yourself to the rope and you bounce off the rope and throw something. Ajagba saw it and countered it. Ooh, good jab there by Ajagba. Bakole now coming forward. Bakole with a right hand that lands on Ajagba. Bakole seems to have a little bit more energy now. But it's the end of the round. The round ends. Bakole, I think, just started to get his wind back with about 15 seconds, 10 to 15 seconds left in the round. Okay, that was to be expected. That was a bit of a break, that round, but you got to give that round to Ajagba. He was just clearly more active, landing his jab, and Bakole was clearly tired, and Ajagba was actually the one coming forward and backing Bakole to the ropes in that round. So let's see here. Bakole now, hopefully he'll have his wind back and can respond to, Ajagba having been the aggressor in that round and coming forward and backing Bakole up. He expended a lot of energy in the prior round, so let's see if he's got his gas tank back. All right, round 6. All right, Bakole looks like he's got his energy back. He's walking forward, coming forward. And Ajagba, oh no, he's just standing in the middle of the ring, and Ajagba's dancing around. Bakole feinting. Ajagba now coming forward with a double jab upstairs and a right to the body. Ajagba showing a lot more energy, bouncing around, circling the perimeter. Chris Mannix gave the first 3 rounds to Ajagba, gave round 4 to Bakole, and then gave round 5 to Ajagba. I think you clearly give round 4 to Bakole. And the first few rounds, yeah, I was saying, I think you could definitely give to Ajagba. Ooh, good jab by Bakole. Ajagba with a little counter. Yeah, Bakole's just standing in the center of the ring. Ajagba's dancing around the perimeter. I think Ajagba knows that he has clearly got more energy than Bakole. Bakole may have to... Ooh, Ajagba with a little 1-2. Bakole with a bit of a high guard here. Just kind of waiting for Ajagba. Bakole with a double jab. Lands the first one. Bakole coming forward again. Both men exchange jabs. That's the thing also, is that Bakole is not, I'm not seeing nearly, where's the upper body movement again? When he was really in a good flow, he was moving his head, he was changing levels, he was being real active, he was throwing feints. We're not seeing that right now, and that's what happens when you get fatigued. I think Bakole may have blew his wad in round 4. Oh, strong jab by Bakole, and it looks like Ajagba's nose is bloodied up. Just shows how much power Bakole has. Bakole being a little more active here with his movement now, with kind of pre-slips. Bakole tried to double jab Ajagba with a little counter left hook. Bakole with a jab to the body. Both men just kind of looking at each other here in the center of the ring. Ajagba throws the 1-2. Bakole, avoids it with his guard. Man, Ajagba's nose instantly came bloody from just that one shot from Bakole. I wonder if it's broken. Oh, good right hand by Bakole. And that's the end of the round. Ajagba's touching his nose. You have to wonder if his nose is broken or if it's really bothering him. Glad you guys are here. Do me a solid and drop a like on this stream. Really appreciate it. is a fun fight. It's a fun fight so far. I think the big question that I have is Bakole out of gas? Is he out of juice? It seemed like he may have blown his wad, so to speak, in round 4. But we'll see. I mean, there's moments when he seems to bring some energy back, but he hasn't shown like a full round with that kind of energy since round 4. And we're back, and Ajagba again is circling the outside. Bakole comes forward with a few jabs. Ajagba with a jab to the body. Ajagba with a 1-2 and backs out. Bakole moving forward, doing some slips. Ajagba bouncing on his feet, moving around just to have got an angle and threw a cross. Again, I'd like to see some more of that upper body movement. Ajagba landing a few jabs. Bakole with a double jab, lands the second one. Bakole again with a double jab and throws a right hand behind it, but Ajagba was well out of the way. I had said I didn't think this fight was going to go to the distance, and we're already in round 7. And it looks like the plan here for Ajagba is to just box Bakole's face off. Ooh, good straights, crosses, and jabs by Ajagba there. Bakole coming forward. Ajagba dancing around, feet much faster. Bakole with a double jab and lands the second one. Ajagba, a lot of lateral movement. Bakole just standing like a statue in the middle of the ring. Now Bakole coming forward. Ajagba's mouth open. I think it might be because he's got the blood in his nose. So he's got to breathe through there. Oh, good 1-1-2 by Bakole. Ajagba counters with his jabs. Another couple of jabs by Bakole. Ajagba with a counter cross. Both men exchanging jabs and crosses. Now Bakole coming forward. Bakole with a lead cross. Doesn't really land. Bakole with a leaping left hook that Ajagba was not in the same zip code. It seems like Bakole with a double jab. That's the end of the round. Yeah, I think Bakole when he's working that double jab, he seems to have some success with it. It doesn't seem like he has the gas tank to really have a full active round. I'd like to see some more lateral traps set by Ajagba. He's using a lot of lateral movement, and when Bakole comes to follow you, try and pop him, try and catch him as he's coming in. But yeah, I think so far you've got to edge it to Ajagba, mostly based off of his activity and his jabs. And Bakole's been showing a good jab when he throws it. Bakole now, a little more urgency. Bakole is now coming after Ajagba more aggressively, just with his movement at least. Cutting off the ring. Ajagba circles out though. Ajagba circling to Bakole's left, which is, you know, smart, away from Bakole's power hand. Ajagba changing direction, avoiding Bakole's right hand. Still would maybe like to see a couple lateral traps. Ajagba switching stances a little bit. Interesting. Bakole kind of lifting up his arms and wanting Ajagba to trade with him in the middle of the ring, but that's not Ajagba's job. Bakole's got to be the one who forces Ajagba to exchange. You can't just stand in the middle of the ring and be like, come on and fight me. Stand here and fight. No, he's moving around the perimeter that's his game plan, as he should. You got to cut off the ring and make him fight. Because Ajagba is throwing jabs. He is working. Bakole's getting clearly frustrated and throwing his hands and saying shit. But, you know, Ajagba is not doing the Devin Haney. Devin Haney was doing a whole bunch of this perimeter movement, but not throwing shit. Bakole lands something there. It looked like a left hook. Ajagba moving around, dancing around the perimeter of the ring. Haney wasn't throwing shit. Ajagba is throwing punches. Ajagba, good jab that looked like there popped Ajagba's head back. Bakole with a 1-1-2. Ajagba avoids all of it. Ooh, Bakole with a lead cross that catches Ajagba. Now Ajagba is covering up and on the ropes. And Bakole is throwing his haymakers and lefts and rights. Ajagba with a couple little counters on the inside. Bakole doubling up on the left hook. Overhands, hooks. Ajagba countering. Bakole appear to be getting the better of it here. Ajagba, now they're clinched up and the referee's breaking them up. Ajagba still on the ropes. Now Ajagba turns Bakole around. Now Bakole's on the ropes, and Ajagba throws a few shots to the body, and now Ajagba backs out to the center of the ring, catches Bakole with a nice, with a couple of shots there, and Bakole catches Ajagba with an overhand, a little overhand right, and Ajagba looks a little drained, a little spent there, going to his corner. We see Canelo Alvarez, a rival, at the arena. Got his golden headphones on. I don't know if it was all of Bakole's shit talking that got Ajagba to exchange a little bit more, or if it was just, or if he just started to get tired. But you did see some sequences there towards the end of the round that were much more of what Bakole would want. The fight more on Bakole's terms there. But Ajagba, even when Bakole was throwing on Ajagba, when Ajagba was on the ropes, Ajagba was catching a lot of it on his guard and was throwing little counters there on the inside in between punches. And the next round starts, Bakole comes out with a jab, and now they're on the inside, and Bakole little uppercuts, and they're both exchanging here on the inside, and now they're clinching. Both men exchanging little rabbit punches. Referee breaks them up. Ajagba not dancing around the outside of the ring now. He's really tussling with Bakole in the center of the ring. I wonder if Bakole got in Ajagba's head at all. Because Ajagba is now exchanging in the center of the ring, and this is much more what Bakole would want. And Ajagba's legs look a little bit unsturdy here. And now Ajagba throwing back at Bakole. Ajagba swinging. Both of them clinching. Referee's going to have to break them up. Referee is breaking them up now. Bakole with a 1-2-3. Ajagba mostly catching on his guard, but but Bakole piercing it a little bit. Oh, Bakole measure with the left and then caught him with a little right. Ajagba now back on the ropes, and both men exchanging here. And Bakole is swinging. Bakole is swinging. Ajagba backs away now. Okay, now Ajagba's moving. Ajagba now again back on the ropes. Bakole little combinations. Ajagba moving around. Both men exchanging here. It's again Ajagba back on the ropes. I wonder if Ajagba's now out of gas, or if he's trying to gas Bakole more and get him to throw more shots. Both are they're clinching here in the center of the ring. Little shots exchanged by each of them. Both men exchanging jabs. That's the thing, is you want to see Ajagba throwing the jab again. Bakole with a right hand. Ajagba's kind of abandoned his jab. A little counter cross there by Ajagba. Bakole, though, swinging. Ajagba's back against the ropes. Bakole going outside and inside. Good jab by Ajagba. See, Ajagba, he's got to go back to the jab. He's got to get back to the jab. Because Bakole is just able to close the gap way too easily. Oh, a good jab by Ajagba. Bakole had his hands up and Ajagba just caught him right through the middle. Good jab by Bakole now. Both men get their heads snapped back by the jabs. They both have a lot of weight behind those jabs. That's the end of that round. Looks like Ajagba's corner is not happy with him. They're imploring him to do something. I would think that they would be telling him, use your goddamn jab, man. It's been winning. I mean, that's the thing, is I wonder if Ajagba, if he was getting a little bit tired dancing, or, you know, going around the perimeter so much, or did Bakole get in his head a little bit? I don't know, but I will say Bakole's kind of looks like he's maintained the same like the same like 30 to 40% stamina level for the last few rounds. All right, we're in the final round here. Round 10. Bakole coming forward with some jabs. Good 1-2 to the body by Ajagba. And Ajagba with a little counter cross. Ooh, Bakole with a nice clean cross. Ajagba took it well. Ajagba moving laterally. Ajagba kind of back to his movement here that Bakole had protested earlier. Nice 1-2 by Ajagba. Bakole comes forward behind a double jab. That's another thing, is I'd like to see some more angles incorporated in Ajagba's attacks, because he's got the faster feet. And like I said before, some more lateral traps would be great. Oh, Bakole with a strong jab at the end of a combination. Good 1-2 by Bakole, and Ajagba's covering up now, and circling around again around the outside. Bakole smells blood. He feels like he hurt him, and is coming forward. Ajagba using his legs, circling the perimeter. Couple jabs by Ajagba. Ooh, big jab just snapped Ajagba's head back. Big time. Ajagba moving around the outside again. Bakole looks like he's gotten the last couple rounds, I will say. Ajagba banked a number of rounds earlier on. This could be a very close scorecard. Now Bakole talking to Ajagba again, as Ajagba's using his legs and perimeter work. Ajagba using the jab now. Bakole kind of trying to throw and sloppily trying to land some shots that Ajagba was not in range of. little counter jab by Ajagba. I'd like to see some more feints maybe by Ajagba. They were feinting a little earlier, but your feints tend to go down as you fatigue. Good jab by Bakole. Ajagba with a 1-2 and then backs away from Bakole's counter left hook. Ajagba back to his lateral movement. And that's the end of the fight. Interesting. I would have thought they're both embracing. Looks like they both a lot of respect exchanged here in the center of the ring. Both men hugging. Very kind words, pleasantries. They're both got their heads together, and a lot of respect here exchanged. And Bakole kisses Ajagba on the forehead. And it's always lovely to see. Always lovely to see the the good sportsmanship at the end. It was a good fight. It was an interesting fight. And it seemed like it was a pretty close fight too. Ajagba, when he was moving around the perimeter and using his jab, he just he was really frustrating Bakole. And was making Bakole at times look really sloppy. But there were also stretches where Bakole had gotten Ajagba on the ropes and with his high guard, where Bakole is just teeing off, going with hooks and uppercuts and just really swinging on him. Neither guy looked particularly badly hurt at any point. There were definitely some good clean punches that were landed, but neither seemed like they were badly hurt at any point, which is also nice because, Bakole got starched in the second round against Joseph Parker. And here he did get hit by some, with some good clean shots by Ajagba, and seemed to take it pretty well. Oof, good 1-2. They're showing, Bakole is just so heavy-handed. Just his hands look so heavy with each punch. Good fight. And honestly, it's pretty easy to like both of these guys. Easy to like both of them. Good showing by each. What comes next? The thing is, you got Usyk going to be fighting Dubois next. And that rematch is really interesting. I think that the low blow shit gets played a bit too much, because it was low. I thought it was borderline, but the ref immediately called it low, and it was appealed and it was upheld, and that should be the end of the matter. But Dubois really has beaten that dead horse. All right, we're gonna get the decision here. It's a close fight. We'll see. Wow. Like I said, the bout is a majority draw. 295-95 scores, and then 196-94 score for Ajagba. Majority draw. It was a close fight, and that's not a terrible outcome. Total punches thrown, 460 for Bakole, 451 for Ajagba. Total landed, 145 for Bakole, 190 for Ajagba. 65 power to the head landed for Bakole, 73 for Ajagba. 17 to the body by Bakole, 11 to the body by Ajagba. Yeah, pretty even. Ajagba landed more total punches, but Bakole's punches did seem to have a bit more impact on them. And Ajagba was more efficient with his throwing, because Ajagba threw less but landed more. Seems like neither of them are too upset with the decision, at least judging by their, body language. Chris Mannix interviewing Ajagba now. I don't think I want to see this fight again necessarily. It was nice is that both of them could use, a good fight to get back into it, and they might do a rematch though. But anyway, the big next big on the slate for the heavyweight division is going to be Dubois and Usyk's rematch, and that's a fascinating fight. As I was just saying before, I think that Dubois has been playing into that low blow narrative a bit too much, at least for my liking. However, Dubois has seemed to show some real growth, I think. Some growth since then. And, Usyk is getting older. Now, the thing is, you do age slower as a heavyweight, or at least age doesn't seem to matter quite as much as a heavyweight, but Usyk has a very active style. Very active footwork, active with his punch output, with his lead hand, with his upper body movement, his pre-slips. It's just a very active style. And so that's the only thing where I wonder if Usyk's going to start to feel his age more. But he's been active and he's in good shape, great shape. So, I don't really have much reason to think it's going to strike him all of a sudden. So that's a really fun fight. The thing is, I just don't know if I can pick. I don't know if I can pick anyone against Usyk at the moment. It's just like the guy has earned the right to not be picked against. What is there left to prove? What is there left to prove? This guy has beaten all the top heavyweights. I guess Parker, I guess, is the one real top heavyweight that he hasn't been in there against. But I don't know, man. It just seems like Parker would get outboxed. That's what it seems to me. Even though Parker is a very good boxer. Yeah, main event is not going to be till around 10, because we got 2 more fights before the main event, right? We got Munguia and Surace coming up next, and then we got Badou Jack fighting after that, and then we got Canelo versus Scull. Let me double check the Canelo versus Scull start time. I mean, it may even be a little later than 10. We'll see. They may not be making their ring walk till after that, till maybe around 11. I guess it also partially depends on how these next 2 fights go. I am particularly fascinated though to see what happens in this next fight, which is going to be Bruno Surace versus Jaime Munguia rematch. It was a shocking upset, their first fight. Shocking upset. Shocking in the sense that you had, first of all, the fact that you had Surace win the fight. That was a shock. Shocking in the sense that Surace upset him in Tijuana, in Munguia's hometown. And this is just after Munguia had fought Canelo. So, Munguia's presence, his profile, is even higher going into this fight, having just fought Canelo. And then he has the fight in his hometown hero, and he's winning the fight. He knocks down Surace in the first round with a left hook, and and he's on the attack, and Surace just catches him off guard. Catches him off guard with this perfect right hand. It was kind of a right hook, and caught Munguia right on the chin, and Munguia fell flat on his back and was counted out. And it was like it was shocking. And so it was shocking for those reasons, and then also shocking for the fact that Surace, going into that fight, of his 25 wins, had 4 knockouts. So it's not a guy where you're like, well, he always had a puncher's chance. He's always had power, and, Munguia got caught. It's like, no, this guy had 4 knockouts and 25 wins. So it was shocking on multiple levels. So, and another thing about this is that, I think it made a lot of people, it caused a lot of people to question Canelo. A lot of people were saying, well, wait a minute. Bruno Surace just knocked out Jaime Munguia, and Canelo beat him by decision. Yeah, Canelo knocked him down, but Canelo couldn't knock this guy out. So what the hell? I think that's a little overblown, because the thing is, this is boxing, and these are, professional fighters, and we're not just talking whatever professional fighters. These are very, very good professional fighters, and you get caught on the tip of the chin when somebody with 4 knockouts and 25 wins puts their full weight behind that punch, and it looked like he really, put everything into that punch. You get caught, and that shit happens. So I think it got a little bit overblown in that sense. But I think Canelo has a good deal at stake in this fight that's coming up here. Bruno Surace versus Jaime Munguia too, because I think Canelo's got to be like really rooting for his countrymen, really rooting for Munguia, not only because Munguia is Canelo's countryman and they showed a lot of respect to each other after the fight, but because, hey, I need you to beat the hell out of this guy for my own sake, because I didn't knock you out, so I need you to knock this guy out and show it was just a fluke. It was just a fluke, because that's going to give Canelo's win over Munguia, it's going to, give it some more weight. I mean, that was a shocking fight. So this is very exciting. I was very excited. Very interesting. And, Surace now, his profile has, rocketed up where it's like, holy Christ, this guy just knocked out Jaime Munguia. And Jaime Munguia was, 44-1, I think, going into that fight. A lot of fights against tomato cans or whatever, but like, he's a good fighter and a durable fighter. So, they got, is that Daniel Jacobs? Yeah, they got Daniel Jacobs on the broadcast. That's interesting. So, we'll see. This is going to be definitely interesting for Canelo's sake, what happens in this rematch. And interesting, of course, for Surace's sake. If Surace is able to you got Canelo in the dressing room, literally in the dressing room with Munguia, doing little like tips and whatnot, showing him things. As I was just saying before, Canelo's got a lot at stake in this fight. He's got a lot of reason to want Munguia to win. You could say, yeah, he's in there because that's his countryman. They like each other, they respect each other and whatnot. But also, low-key, he really wants Munguia to beat Surace and prove it was a fluke. And thereby giving his win over Munguia, more weight after it kind of got devalued after that shocking Surace knockout. Interesting that you got Daniel Jacobs on the broadcast here. I think one of the more underrated performances of Canelo's career was his win over Daniel Jacobs in I think it was 2019. I feel like that might have been peak Canelo head movement, because I think after that you saw there's some real great highlights in that fight of Canelo doing his head movement and just making Daniel Jacobs miss every punch. And it seems like not too long after that fight, Canelo's style kind of shifted. Where he... It might not have been... Was it 2019? I don't know. Anyway, style shifted a bit after that fight, where he became more of a aggressive pressure fighter who, you know, he still uses upper body movement, and he's still got great upper body movement. It's just his defense is different now. He employs much more of the high guard and much more just parrying and blocking to negate and minimize the opponent's punches and power. And he'll still do some pulls and some slips and some rolls and whatnot, but he used to do all these sequences where he was doing all this and that, and I think there's a lot less of that now. Now it's a lot more coming forward, boop, 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 boop. You know, he's I think trying to be more efficient with his defense, because he's employing a more consistent offense that's mostly behind a power jab, and he likes using a double jab and then a big, you know, right hand. Of course, his left hook is still a deadly weapon. You know, his counter left hook and his feints, and then the left hook and the hook to the body. Anyway, he's got a lot of tools in his arsenal. Unlike Ryan Garcia from last night, who really showed how limited he is in various ways. So we have Bruno Surace now making his way to the ring. Smile on his face. His career took a big upswing after a massive upset in the first fight against Munguia. He's got to be thrilled with that, and this is a real opportunity for him to try and establish, hey, no, that wasn't a fluke. I'm really that guy. We'll see. That'll be, I think Munguia is going to be certainly more aware, because it did seem like Munguia got a little comfortable, because he knocked down Surace in the first round, and he would be on the attack, and he kind of let his guard down at mid-range, and that's a deadly thing to do. And Surace showed why. One of the things also that's that impresses me about Munguia is his gas tank has always been fairly impressive to me. He just keeps up a barrage of offense, you know, through a big chunk of the fight. But I think he's kind of employing a little bit more nuance now after, you know, some more training camps. He used to be much more of just a freewheeling offensive dervish, and he started to use a bit more nuance. Munguia now making his way to the ring. He's got the Mexican colors. And he's got the kind of that classic I don't know if it's mariachi or whatever, but you got that singing in the background there that you can hear. That's just kind of become iconic with Canelo. Munguia staring at the camera. And just walking. I mean, I'll also be interested to see. I don't think so, but you know, I think after last night, I'm a little worried that fighters who have gotten dropped or knocked out and hit, you know, I'm a little worried after last night of them being timid and tentative, even scared in the ring. I don't think that's going to happen with Munguia, but good Lord, it happened last night with Devin Haney and Ryan Garcia. Devin Haney psychologically broken after getting his ass whooped by Ryan last year. And then Ryan Garcia getting real tentative after he got dropped in the first round by Rolly Romero with a double left hook. Ryan was just super tentative after that. and lost a decision to Rolly Romero. Who would have who bet on that? So I think that Munguia is a warrior. He is not gonna put in that kind of performance. But I'm a little scarred from last night. I got to tell you, that was so rough. That was so rough. I was watching, and I'm just yelling, and I'm just like, I'm watching this. When I'm watching the Haney fight, I'm demanding apologies. I'm demanding that the fight be ruled a no contest because there was no actual boxing match that took place. I'm demanding written contritions. It was just, it was so bad. And then Garcia did not put in a much better performance. It was slightly better, but not much. So, anyway, this has all been, Ajagba and Bakole. That was a fun, interesting fight. It's been gravy so far. I hope that Lampley does some more commentating in the future, because I missed his commentary. And it was great to hear his voice last night. Just too bad that it was on abysmal performances. By the way, those of you watching, do you guys still want to see Garcia versus Haney now? Because, I guess I don't know. I guess I'll watch it, but, if it happens, I mean, last night, the whole card really was supposed to be a giant runway trailer for the rematch between Garcia and Haney later this year. But my God, after watching it, I was in despair over the performances, and I was like, I don't want to see that fight anymore. Screw that. Will I watch it if it's made? Yeah, of course. But man, both their stocks took a big hit last night for me. I don't know. Let me know if you want to see those fights, or if you say, no, screw it. I don't want to see that anymore. I don't need to see it. Ring announcer doing his introductions for the two combatants here, and we're gonna get going shortly with this fight. And tomorrow you got Naoya Inoue fighting Cardenas. Really, what a hell of a weekend of boxing. And now both fighters here in the center of the ring. Referee is delivering instructions. Man, what a tough day for Munguia it was to have that homecoming in Tijuana and get, unfortunately, humiliated in your hometown through a shocking knockout loss. I mean, holy Christ. This has got to be a vengeance is mine kind of fight for Munguia. I mean, the only way would be to go to Surace's hometown and just and put a beating on him. All right, we're in the center of the ring here. And Surace lands a nice jab. Munguia with a high guard. Both of them throwing little jabs and getting parries. Ooh, Surace just threw a big 1-2, and Munguia avoids the 2 there. And Surace with a jab to the body. Munguia with a nice jab. Munguia doing some feints. Surace moving around the perimeter here, and Munguia in the center of the ring. Who is sending all these, the spam comments? Good Lord. Munguia with the jab downstairs through an overhand right that Surace blocked. And Surace responds with a double jab and overhand right that Munguia blocked. I will say this. Surace does not look like the moment is too big for him. He looks like he's got his feet under him. And he's going for it. Ooh, Surace with a big uppercut that missed, but then landed with a cross. I like what I'm seeing from Surace, at least in the sense that he doesn't look like he's overwhelmed. He doesn't look like the moment's too big for him. He's in there. That doesn't mean he's going to win necessarily, but it means he's at least it looks like he's in the right headspace to potentially put in a really good performance, and we'll see what happens. He's got to have a little big confidence boom. Ooh, one and then two crosses that Munguia blocks. Munguia throws a few punches at Surace on the ropes, and Surace works his way off the ropes. Ooh, Surace with a left hook upstairs. They got blocked, but then with a right hook to the body that he lands. And Surace throws a 1-1-2, a 2 to the body, but Munguia backs away. Munguia definitely being a bit careful. Oh, Surace with a counter right. Munguia goes in with a left hook to the body. I will say this. Munguia at one point towards the end of the round there threw a double jab and then swung a home run right that missed. But he, like, after he missed, he was like very aware of a potential counter. It's definitely Munguia seems to be showing real respect for Surace and knowing that this guy starched me and I can't be reckless. A little surprised by how much Surace puts behind his punches. He's really like, he was leaning into some of those shots that he was throwing. Landed a nice cross to the chin that he set up by missing a uppercut and then came down with the cross. All right, good jab by Surace. Munguia working his way in. Munguia jabs, Surace works his way off the ropes. Both in the center of the ring here. Munguia with a double jab. Surace counters, but he gets blocked. Both men still seem to be a bit tentative here. Tentative about opening up. And Surace, again, with the double jab and then a right hook to the body. And he lands that right hook to the body. That seems to be a weapon that Surace is trying to use and make more use of. Munguia throws an overhand right and then a left hook to the body. The left hook to the body seemed to land. Surace now creeping his way forward. Munguia backing up. Munguia trying to feint him. And now they're crossed up and they're clinching. The referee breaks them up. All right, what is that? I gotta see. How do I get rid of that? Oh, good. Both men exchange jabs there. Surace with a feint and then a jab that lands clean on Munguia. Munguia comes forward. Definitely a boxing match here. Fight has not broken out at this point. Munguia with a big swinging left hook that Surace avoids. A little weird. It does seem like Munguia is throwing some home run shots. Surace a little right hand that gets partially blocked by Munguia. Alright, let's see if I can block those. Munguia feints. Surace doesn't bite. Munguia coming forward and throwing a lot of feints. Surace feigning back. Munguia's back Surace to the ropes, and now in the corner. But Surace fights his way out, and is now circling around the perimeter. Again, like I said, Surace really seems to have his composure about him here. Surace now inching his way forward, backing Munguia up, and that's the end of the round. Okay, let's see if I can get rid of that spamming shit. Eddie Reynoso talking to Munguia. Fortunately, my Spanish is not up to snuff. I'm trying to read his hand gestures here. All right, we're in the next round. Both men exchanging jabs, exchanging feints. Still very tactical here. Munguia changing levels. Munguia jumping forward, doubling up on the left hook. Now the body, end of the head. The body one landed, the head one didn't. Moderator, hide user, manage chat. Let's do that. Okay. All right, tried to hide the user there. Let's see. Munguia comes forward with a double jab and a 2. Both men in the center of the ring here. Surace feints him out of the center. Surace throws a big right that Munguia blocks. Munguia showing the ref, trying to say to the ref, hey, that was the back of the head. Munguia feinting his way forward. Surace again with the double jab and the right hook to the body, though the punches were blocked that time. Munguia really working his way forward behind a high guard. And Surace with a jab and then a right hook around that guard. Munguia working his way forward with a high guard. Surace throws a jab that pierces that guard. Both men feinting at each other. Feinting. Munguia with a hard jab to the body. All right. Oh, Munguia coming forward with some shots here. That's the end of the round. Okay, that was the first time we saw Munguia open up a little bit. He got a little bit more aggressive, kind of a little bit towards the end of the round there. Didn't land anything really effective, but started to open up a little bit more. It's a very tactical fight so far, and The rounds are pretty close. I think some of the earlier rounds, I think I would give Surace. Munguia might have taken that last round. All right. We are in round 4. Oh, Munguia throws a left that looked like it strayed low, but maybe not. Ref might not have saw that. Munguia more foot feints here. I think he's... Munguia getting a little more comfortable, looks like. Both exchange jabs there. Surace with a good jab. Munguia with a big swinging left hook that misses. Surace comes forward with a 1-1-2, and Munguia ducks under that big right hand. Surace tries to throw a 2 to the body, but Munguia backs away. All right, this fight definitely more technical and tentative than the first. In the first one, Munguia knocked down Surace in the first round with a left hook. Surace with a good clean jab. Now they're tangled up on the inside. So far, so far it just seems like Munguia has shown a lot of respect to Surace. Normally we see Munguia open up way more than this. And he's shown a lot of respect, and I think partially because Surace has done a good job of landing some good power jabs, and has done a good job with his distance. Surace just tried to land a right as Munguia was coming in. Took his head nicely off the center line there. Munguia with a hard jab. And Surace backs him off with a jab. Munguia feinting, and Surace is sort of in the corner, but not quite, and now they end the round. Surace now flexing in the middle of the ring. And he should be, I mean, like, so far, I think it's a competitive looking fight. And that's what Surace wants. Surace doesn't want, wouldn't have wanted Munguia just to come back and blow him out and, prove, hey, it's a fluke. So far, it's looked like a competitive fight. And I don't know. I expect that Munguia will open up a bit more in the middle rounds here, maybe in the late middle rounds. But we're moving on to round 5, and now we see William Scull getting his hands wrapped. I'll share some more thoughts on that fight as we get a little closer to it, but I'm anticipating pain, as Clubber Lang said. Good jab by Surace. It's been very much a jabbing battle. Munguia tries to land a hook to the body. Surace backed away. Surace kind of crosswalking, not a good footwork there. Munguia comes forward with a left hook that Surace blocks. Now Surace is in the corner. Let's see if Munguia can work. Munguia with a hard jab to the body. Surace is still in the corner here. Munguia with a good jab upstairs. But now Munguia lets Surace out of the corner. He's got to cut off the ring better. He's got to move over to cut off the ring. You knew that was going to be his escape route. It just doesn't look like Munguia is really going for it yet. And, you know, I get that he's... Okay, now Surace in the corner. Munguia throws a home run right hand, but Surace blocks. Munguia with a big left hook that's blocked by Surace. I don't know, it feels to me like Munguia is just trying to land one big punch that stops Surace or drops Surace or whatever. But it doesn't look like he's trying to really, like, set it up. Like, he throws some power jabs, and, like, he'll just swing a big shot. It's like, at least at the old Munguia, you were getting a lot more volume. Another big overhand right by Munguia that Surace saw from a mile away and blocked. I think Munguia is probably, he's trying to knock him out with one punch. He might be trying to intimidate him with his power, but Surace doesn't look intimidated. Munguia has Surace in the corner again, and the left hook there. It looked like straight a little low, but the referee's not saying anything. Maybe Surace's trunks are high. Yeah, they do look a little high, actually. Munguia keeps getting Surace onto the ropes or in the corner, but then kind of lets him off. Kind of lets Surace move off. And Surace throws a jab and a winging right hand that Munguia blocks. Munguia pumping a couple of jabs, and that's the end of the round. I don't know. Munguia is just... he's being very cautious. He's being very cautious. It's being very cautious. He'll swing some big power punches here and there, but Surace can see them all coming because he's not setting them up. He's not setting them up. Like, if you're Munguia, you got to throw more volume. You got to use not just throwing the jab for the sake of throwing the jab. Use the jab. Like, I don't know. He's like, it just seems like he's throwing very truncated combinations. Usually like 1 and 2 punches at a time. Maybe 3. But like, it's just, it's not enough. Surace looks like he's skilled enough that, you know, you're not just going to catch him by winging a shot. The reason Surace caught Munguia was because Munguia let his guard down. Munguia had been winning their first fight, and Munguia had been on the attack, and Surace against the ropes, and Munguia's, you know, lead hand had dropped at mid-range, and Surace just, bang, caught him. And on Chris Mannix's scorecard, he has Surace up by a point after 5 rounds. And I don't think that's crazy. Munguia is not being that active. And not being that smart. That's the other thing. You've got Eddie Reynoso as your coach. That is Canelo's coach. I'm sure Eddie Reynoso imparted some great boxing wisdom. Use it. Okay, now we're seeing Munguia open up a little bit more. We saw a double jab and then a right hook to the body and a left hook upstairs. There you go. You're using different punch vectors. You're changing targets. That's what you got to be doing. You got to be using the jab to set up their punches. Back in the center of the ring, and Surace nearly just caught Munguia, I think, with a little right hand. They both threw right hands at the same time. Munguia opening up a little bit more through a left hook and a right hand. The left hook more of a throwaway. Munguia using his, Munguia again throws a left hook that strays low. The referee tells him, hey, raise your punch. Munguia, he should be opening up more. Like, he opened up there, and it was good. He was able to get some offense going and land, and I think he's worried about being countered, but there we go. Munguia's got him on the ropes now. Left hook gets blocked by Surace. Jab to the body. Surace has moved off the ropes now. That's the thing is, like, use your offense. Throw your offense, and then, like, just be responsible. Munguia was just not being responsible in the first fight. He was just a little careless, and Surace made him pay. Abraham, well, it was 100 Devin Haney's and 1 gorilla. Oh my God. You wouldn't know what would happen, because the 100 Haney's would be doing laps. And the gorilla would maybe tire out from chasing. Maybe Devin Haney's would win, because the gorilla would be chasing the 100 Haney's, who would be running around in circles. Gorilla would tire the hell out. Like Homer Simpson when he became a boxer in in that episode, when the way he would beat fighters was they would just beat the shit out of him, just be throwing punches, and Homer just wouldn't fall down, and they would collapse out of exhaustion. Kind of like that philosophically, except the 100 Haney's are just running away, running around, and the gorilla just collapses from exhaustion chasing after them. We got Amir Khan here being interviewed, and Amir Khan's got a nice set of shades here, but I'm not a big fan of the shades inside. Okay, we're here in round number, what is it, 6 or 7? Round number 7. Round 7, it's a competitive fight. As I've said before, I'd like to see Munguia open up more. I think he's starting to just a little bit. Just a little bit he's starting to, and he's getting more active now with his upper body movement. Surace backs him off with a jab and a right hook that Munguia blocks. To be critical of Surace in the same way is that Surace isn't throwing much offense either. Surace is, clearly looking to counter Munguia as he comes in. Now Surace with a little left hook and a left uppercut. The left uppercut missed. Hook was partially blocked. Both men in the center of the ring. Surace with a cross to the body. And Surace throwing that left hook right hand combination where you're using the left hook as a decoy and then you're coming down the middle with the right. And the right seemed to land. Surace with a nice little jab as Munguia was coming in. Another good jab. Munguia with a 1-1-2. Surace blocks it. Munguia with a power jab, now Munguia with a hook and a right hand, but gets blocked by Surace. But he's got to be doing more of that, because, yeah, Surace is catching it on his guard, but that's also what bothers me about Munguia, is that he throws these punches at the same intensity. He's throwing these punches all at 90% or 100% intensity, and, like, that's way easier to predict and to counter. Like, if I'd love to see Munguia use some more, like, throwaway shots. Oh, Surace with a nice uppercut through the middle as he turned an angle. But that's the thing. Munguia, I'd love to see him change the rhythm, change the tempo on his punches more, and then wing your big punches. But set him up. Set him up more. Open up that guard. Because Surace is, you know, seeing a lot of this coming and just blocking it, catching it. The times that Munguia has had his best success is when he's putting together his punches. Throwing, you know, 4 and 5 punch combinations. Now, in the corner, Munguia just opened up on Surace in the corner, just winging shots, and Surace was blocking most of them. But then Surace came back with his own shot there, not looking to get punked by Munguia. So that's the thing, is that, yeah, Munguia may have stolen the round at the end there by getting Surace in the corner and was just unleashing punches that all pretty much got blocked. All got blocked by Surace, and then Surace kind of came back with 2 punches. I think one of them landed. And we got Anthony Joshua there posing for photos. He's got a red Yankee cap. The base color is red, and then the New York symbol is white. As a Yankee guy, I hate that. Those are the Red Sox colors in a Yankee hat. It's like, I don't know, it feels wrong to look at. Okay. Both men exchanging jabs here. Surace using his lateral movement. Munguia with a left hook that strays a little low again. Munguia looking, more active with his upper body movement, trying to maybe feint Surace out of position, but Surace is staying pretty calm in the pocket. We got Surace with a 1-1 and then a overhand right that Munguia mostly blocks. Surace with a 4-punch combination that Munguia mostly avoids there. It's clear a fight hasn't really broken out yet. It's been tentative, and there's been little bursts of action. But both guys have seemed to stay fairly careful. And we got Munguia lands a nice right hook to the body. Munguia with a double jab and then an overhand right that Surace blocks. And Surace pushes him back with a couple of jabs and then a stiff arm. Yeah, probe, maybe you'd call it. Both men in the center of the ring. Munguia feinting. Surace not biting. Surace now creeping forward. Surace with a big 1-2. Munguia avoids it. Munguia tries to cut Surace off. Now Surace in the corner. Munguia throws a few shots. Nothing lands. Again, every punch that Munguia throws is like the same speed, same intensity. And it makes it easy for Surace to catch him, to avoid them. Got to keep hiding the spam on this channel. All these goddamn spammers. I don't know, man. I think Munguia, he's not going to be happy with his performance. It's interesting also seeing Munguia because like there's moments when he's throwing where it looks like Canelo's offense, particularly when he likes using that double jab and then overhand right. Canelo loves that combination, loves using it. But the thing is, Canelo will set it up better, and Canelo just uses so many more tools, including his counter left hook and his lead left hook to the body. And Canelo is there's way more wrinkle to his way more sophistication in his offense. Both of them have Eddie Reynoso now as the coach. Chris Mannix has Munguia up by 2 points here after 8 rounds, and we're in round 9 here. And now Surace is in the corner. Munguia throwing some punches. Surace throws some shots to fight his way off. That is something though. Is Munguia a little flash pulling back from Surace. Surace throws a hook right hand. Munguia now has Surace in the corner again and is starting to tee off a little bit. Surace gets his way off. Munguia coming forward again. And Surace is back on the ropes. Munguia is now throwing some shots, getting blocked by Surace. But Munguia is fighting way more on his ground and on his terms. Geographically, he is doing way better now. I keep having to hide those damn spam users. Munguia kind of bulls his way forward a little bit. Surace just swung for an uppercut, a lead uppercut that did not hit Munguia. Surace throws some weird punches, man. Like I've seen several big lead uppercuts by Surace, and that is a real no-no in boxing. Like you got to be very skilled to be able to pull off the lead uppercut. It's just a big no-no where it's like you throw the lead uppercut because if you throw it from too far away, Munguia gets a nice little combination there as he got Surace to the ropes. Now Surace works his way off the ropes. Surace a little counter right hook as Munguia was coming in. The thing is, you throw the lead uppercut. If you're not like right on the inside, like if you're on the inside, okay, that's fine. You lead without that's fine. But if you're at mid range or God forbid long range, like to lead with the uppercut, it's just too easy for the opponent to pull back and then counter because you just have very little defense. If you miss the uppercut. And the uppercut really is just, it's meant to be a short-range punch. And also, it's coming from underneath, which is great because it's an orthodox angle. But, also if the opponent's able to block it, your arm is like down there. And just, you're wide open to get countered. I mean, it seems like Munguia is starting to... Like his tide is becoming a bit too much here in the fight. His activity, his pressure. He's able to get Surace on the ropes far more often now, and he'll unload some combos. And Surace, tends to block them, but it's allowing him to bank some of these rounds here. So it does feel like the tide has shifted in Munguia's favor, whereas earlier in the fight and in kind of more the mid rounds of the fight, it was very much back and forth, very competitive, up in the air. It does seem like the tide is shifting in Munguia's favor. Munguia's got Surace now on the ropes again. Surace lands a right hand to kind of get his way off the ropes, but now he's back on there again. Now he circles away off the ropes. Surace throws a big overhand right that Munguia ducks. Surace again leads with the uppercut and then comes down with the right hand, and Munguia avoids both of them. Good jab by Surace. Munguia coming forward, feinting, jabbing. Munguia coming forward behind the double jab, and Surace circles out of the corner and is back in the middle of the ring. Munguia with the jab. And the ref's going to break him up now. They're tussling in the center. Munguia coming forward. Surace is in the corner. Surace fights his way off the corner. That is something I would like to see Munguia keep Surace in the corner. Be a little physical. Use your arm, you know, like measure him in the corner and start to throw your offense. But he just, you know, it's like he's either punching or he's not. But like, you know, use your lead hand a little more. Again, you know, he's a professional boxer, and you know, I'm not. But like, you know, you can do this stuff. Ooh, big right hook that Surace blocks. Surace again with that 1-1 and the right hook to the body. It's been an effective weapon for him, effective combo for him through the fight. But Surace just isn't throwing enough, and Munguia is having more and more of these moments where he gets Surace on the ropes and he unleashes a combo. Not a terribly effective combo because Surace tends to block all this stuff, but you know, it's just aesthetically not good to keep getting backed up to the ropes and keep having to cover up and block combinations as they come in. Spammed our toe whack. Spams our toe. Ooh, big right hook that Surace blocks again. Yeah, mainframe. Spammed or... Yeah, what I keep doing is I go on my... Oh, I see you, Lily. For some reason I didn't see... hold on. Is it... Oh, there you are. There, I see. Good to see you. Yeah, what I keep having to do is I go on my streaming page on YouTube, and I'll go on the right, and I'll click and like hide user on this channel whenever the spam comes up. And there's more spam. Oh my god. Okay, let's hide these motherfuckers. Hide user on this channel. Okay, there's that. There we go. Okay. Canelo had to be named a different spice. What would it be? Ooh. I mean, different spice. That's a good one. For those who don't know, Canelo, his nickname, that's his nickname, which is Cinnamon. His real name is, you know, Saul Alvarez. Saffron Alvarez. There you go. Yeah, Paprika Alvarez. Saffy to his friends. And with the hook uppercut by Surace gets blocked by Munguia. We're in the championship rounds here, people. We're in round 11. Oh, big overhand right that was partially blocked by Surace. Oh yeah, mainframe. We're in round 11 of a fight between Bruno Surace and Jaime Munguia. And this is a rematch. Oh, big overhand right that Surace partially blocked there. It was a big rematch where Bruno Surace scored a massive upset victory over Jaime Munguia in Munguia's hometown of Tijuana. And this was after Munguia had fought Canelo. So his stock was... And put in a good fight against Canelo. Even though Canelo won, Munguia fought well. Munguia's stock was at a really high point. And Surace... Munguia knocked down Surace in the first round with a left hook. And then, was winning the fight. And Munguia got a little careless at mid-range and, let his lead hand down. And Surace whipped a perfect right hand that caught Munguia on the chin. And he got laid flat on his back. And the referee counted to 10 and it was over. And it was shocking for multiple reasons. For one thing, Munguia's got him on the ropes again, swinging shots, but Surace blocking most of it. It was shocking for various reasons because, for one thing, Surace was a big underdog. And then also the fact that Surace, going into that fight, of his 25 wins, 4 of them were by knockout. So, not known as a power puncher by any means. And we got Surace's again. A similar pattern has been emerging where Surace gets backed up to the ropes. Munguia unleashes a combination. Surace blocks and nothing really effective gets through. But it's Munguia, winning the fight that way. Okay, Munguia is standing in the corner as we go into the last round here. I don't think he's standing because he got hit with something. I think he's just standing because just as a show of, energy and a show that he's got this. And all right, we're in the final round here. Munguia again swings with a right hook. Surace ducks under it. I mean, it looks like here Surace would need a knockdown and maybe a knockout to win. I think Munguia has done enough in these last few rounds just through winning the geometry of the fight by backing him up to the ropes and unloading combos that aren't terribly effective, but it's enough to win the fight. Surace has done a good showing. Ooh, good counter left hook by Munguia as Surace came in. More aggression here in the final round from Surace. I think he knows that he's... referee calls time from a left hook straying low by Munguia on Surace. Referee's giving him a serious warning here. I don't think he's going to take a point. Yep, okay, time back in. Texas, hey, appreciate you, man. Thanks, Kenneth. Love the Texas in the house. Ooh, good counter right hand there by Munguia as Surace was throwing a left hook. I would love to see more of this kind of action through the whole fight, but we're in the final round here, and I guess both of them are a little more comfortable opening up. Munguia with a double left hook. Ooh, Surace with a big right hand that caught Munguia, and that may have bothered him. He's okay, I think, but that stopped Munguia's offense. A big swinging right hand by Surace. That may have reminded Munguia of of what happened last time. But he seems okay. Good counter jab by Surace as Munguia was coming in. Munguia working his way in. Surace is back, touching the ropes. Munguia swings some hooks, swings multiple left hooks in a row as Surace blocks. It's a good showing by Surace, and I think a good showing by Munguia. It was a tentative showing, a careful showing, but you know, one he needed, I guess. Oh, good little combination there by Munguia with Surace on the ropes. He needed to get this win back. I think he really would have wanted one of those home run swings that he threw to have landed clean and flush on Surace and to have knocked him out. But that's not happening. Or it just hasn't been happening, and we're getting towards the end of the fight here. That's the end of the fight. And the two of them embrace in the center of the ring. Munguia lifts his hands up. Surace flexes and yells to the side. And now Surace greeting Munguia's corner. And both of them showing some real respect and embracing here after the fight. I think Munguia should get the decision. It was a good showing, though, by Surace. He could have done more, but, you know, he also could have gotten starched. And so he didn't. So, you know, I think it was decent all the way around. Then again, you know, I that's the thing. I can never just trust that the right decision is going to be made in this sport, unfortunately. So I think Munguia is going to get the decision, and he should get the decision. But you just can't be confident anymore with just the way I've seen fights go. Yes, no spam in the chat. All right, final punch stats. Munguia, total thrown 367 to Surace's 292. Munguia landed 105 to Surace's 64. Power to head 32 by Munguia, 26 by Surace. Surace power to the body 45 by Munguia, 9 by Surace. The punch numbers clearly favor Munguia over the course of the fight. It seemed like the beginning to middle was competitive. Was quite competitive, you know, rounds going either way, and then Munguia, his pressure, and his you know, just his I guess ring generalship in a sense of getting Surace to the ropes and to the corner over and over and over again, and being able to unleash his combinations, even though they weren't particularly effective. It seems like they're enough to win. Let's see though. We're about to get the scorecards. All right. All right, 117 to 111 on all three judges' scorecards. Jaime Munguia, unanimous decision. Good on him. Good on him. He gets his decision. He gets his revenge, so to speak, beating the man who humiliated him in his hometown of Tijuana. Munguia gets his revenge. He can hopefully now move on to other things and be more careful. Thank you all for being on the chat. If you can drop a like, very much appreciate it. We're going to be moving on to our next fight here. And it'll be one more fight until we get the main event, which is Canelo versus William Scull. That's pretty clear. Yeah, no, they were pretty clear, Lil. All right, no more with this. Let's get rid of that. Hide user. And we got Chris Mannix now interviewing Jaime Munguia with a translator. So up next, what we've got is we got a cruiserweight title fight between one Badou Jack versus Noel Mikaelyan. Hopefully I'm pronouncing that right. I mean, neither of those fighters, neither Badou Jack nor Mikaelyan, have fought since 2023. And actually, both of them in 2023 fought the same fighter. They both fought Ilunga Makabu, who just so happens to be the older brother of Martin Bakole. And both Jack and Mikaelyan has beaten Makabu. And so we'll see. I mean, now Badou Jack is the WBC cruiserweight champ. He's ancient. He's 41 years old, Badou Jack. I believe Mikaelyan is like 34 years old, so a real clear age advantage for Mikaelyan. And interesting bit here is that Badou Jack is Swedish. You do not see a lot of Swedes representing in professional boxing. And one of the reasons for that is that from 1970 to 2006, there was a national ban in Sweden on professional boxing. 36 years, there was a national ban on pro boxing in Sweden. However, there was still amateur boxing. Amateur boxing was allowed, but pro boxing was banned, and it was after like a study was done. I think it was, it was a study that found it involved, that pro boxing involved severe or, life-threatening injuries and had a brutalizing effect on the audience. And because they said it was, boxing was run by unsound economic interests. Now, it was then, there were some adjustments that were made where they allowed professional boxing to happen again, but they had to adjust some of the rules. They had to make it so that a doctor could stop the fight. There were some amateur rules that they kind of implemented, but in a sense, like, true pro boxing is still not really allowed in Sweden. It's still like a modified. And so Badou Jack, of course, is born in Stockholm, and it's just an interesting bit to you don't have a whole lot of the it's just not big pro boxing with Sweden. So Badou Jack coming in representing the Swedes, and then you've got him fighting Mikaelyan, who, I'll be honest, I'm not super familiar with him. But again, neither of them have fought since 2023. So it'll be interesting to see how sharp both of them are. How what's their timing going to be like? What's their sharpness going to be like? What's their footwork going to be like? What's their stamina going to be like? Especially Badou Jack is 41 years old. Cruiserweight, so it's the age is doesn't usually affect you quite as much in the higher weight classes, just because the not as high a work rate. But still, 41 years old is 41 years old in professional boxing. What's Otto Wallin? I don't know if he's... What's Otto Wallin? He's from like a Nordic country. Otto Wallin. Because I was thinking about him. I was wondering whether... Otto Wallin is also Swedish. That's right. Okay, I thought so. Otto Wallin is also Swedish. Otto Wallin, big, 6'5", 6'6", heavyweight boxer. He's a southpaw, and he fought Tyson Fury, and gave Tyson Fury a tough fight some years back. And actually, what was one of the interesting things about that fight was that Otto Wallin opened up a huge gash over Fury's right eye. A gash that really created some scar tissue there for Fury, and that really came back to bite Fury, because that same gash was opened up again when Fury was training to fight Usyk in one of the fights, and the fight had to be pushed back because in sparring the gash opened up again. From the footage I saw, it looked like I think he got elbowed in sparring, which was just outrageous. Oh god, more of this spam. So yeah, that came back to haunt him a bit. That gash, which was created by Otto Wallin, a Swedish boxer. Otto Wallin also fought. He fought another heavyweight recently. Who was it? All right, we see Badou, Jack, and Mikaelyan in the dressing room there, warming up. It's for a championship, for a title, cruiserweight title. Good. Excited. I don't know. Honestly, this fight, I'm like, it's probably the fight I'm least interested in on this card. But the very next fight, we get Canelo versus Scull, which is an interesting fight just by virtue of the fact that it's Canelo. I'm always interested to see what does Canelo look like. How does he look? Also because we're teed up for Canelo to be fighting Terence Crawford. So I think everyone is going to want to watch and see how does Canelo look, as we lead up to this potential bout with Bud Crawford. I think Canelo looked quite good again in his previous fight against Edgar Berlanga. He shouldn't have fought Berlanga. Berlanga was way better options for Canelo to have fought. But I thought he looked very good. That knockdown that he had of Berlanga with that just lightning fast left hook just reminded you how quick Canelo's hands are and how great a weapon that left hook is. Oh, thank you, Lil. Appreciate that. Yeah, it's kind of it's pretty fascinating that they banned boxing for 36 years, and it's still kind of it's a modified boxing. Man, I'm seeing a lot of commercials for this Walking Dead, Dead City. I am a Walking Dead guy. I watched Walking Dead. It was like, I don't know. I originally watched up until through season 8. I stuck around for a while. A lot of people left after some main characters got really killed badly. I stuck around a little bit longer, and then I watched the full thing afterwards. Lily, is age a concern at all with Canelo at this point? I don't think it is. I don't think it is at this point. I think maybe some people are starting to wonder if it's gonna creep on him a little bit now. I think Canelo is maybe 35 years old. Is he 34 years old or 35 years old? Let's check. He's either 34 or 35. Canelo age. Oh wait, no. Canelo. Let's see. Canelo Alvarez is he's 34. Okay, I thought he'd be 34. He's 34 years old. It's just that it seems like Canelo. I feel like Canelo. A lot of people tend to think that Canelo is older than he is because he has been a pro boxer since he was 15 years old, and he's got like a 62-2 record, which is just nuts. To be 34 years old and have so many fights. But the thing is that while his age being 34, and not in one of the really lightweight classes, so that's not a big concern. 34, you get concerned maybe if you're a lightweight, if you're a featherweight, then it's like, wait a second, it could be an issue. But now he's fighting at super middleweight, so I think 34 is still okay. But that's the thing, is that his numerically, he should still be at the tail end of his physical prime, but he has been in this game for a long ass time. And so the question is, how many miles are on his odometer, so to speak? He's been in a lot of fights, a lot of professional fights, and so that ages you too. Like you can if you start boxing late, there's the disadvantage of not having the same amount of ring IQ and muscle memory that a more seasoned boxer would have, but there is an advantage in that your body is fresher, that you haven't gone through all those training camps, all those sparring sessions, all those wars. So that is kind of a bit of a question, is how is Canelo's odometer, so to speak? How are the miles on him? Because age-wise, he should still be at the tail end of his prime. And the thing is also, for when Canelo, if and when, I believe, Canelo is, going to be slated to fight Terence Crawford, some people might forget, Crawford is the old man in this fight. Crawford is 37 years old. So, Crawford is the smaller and older fighter who is moving up 2 weight classes to take on the younger, bigger fighter who is more experienced than him, at least in the pros. So that's partly why it's such a gargantuan task before Terence Crawford taking on Canelo. I feel like some people also just forget how skilled Canelo really is, because some people like to frame this as, oh well, it's the bigger, stronger, more powerful, younger Canelo against the smaller, older, but more skilled and quicker Terence Crawford. It's just but the thing is, they're both extremely skilled. Canelo's really goddamn skilled, and Crawford might be a little quicker, but he's gonna not be quite as quick moving up to super middleweight. And then also, Canelo does have quick hands. Crawford's a little quicker, but like moving up to super middle, I'm not sure how much quicker he's gonna be at that point. What other countries ban or have banned boxing? Oh well. Appreciate it, Mainframe. Appreciate the donation. Let me see off the top of my head. The major countries. Well, it's not Russia. They've had a long history. It's not the communist countries. Cuban fighters, Russian fighters, they've long known to have excellent boxing systems and camps and coaches and heritages. So it's not going to be there. Sweden, and I don't know how many else. It might have been banned in Cuba at one point. But then it obviously came back and it became a big deal. I think after the communist revolution, there might have been like a time when it was banned for a little bit. But obviously it came back. So that would be my answer. I think Cuba. Let me check this. Hold on. Let's see. I think Cuba. Okay. There you go. their own thing. Yeah, Cuba. I think it was banned in Cuba after the 1959 revolution. But then obviously it became a huge, you know, then they became one of the preeminent forces in boxing. All right, we got Badou Jack coming to the... No, sorry, got Mikaelyan coming to the ring here. And we got a cruiserweight title fight here on our hands for the WBC belt. Neither of these guys have fought since 2023. And it's going to be interesting to see how sharp they are. Yes, oh, Cuba. Okay, there we go. Good. Yeah, that's right. But after this, we get Canelo versus Scull, which, like I said before, I anticipate, as Clubber Lang would put it, pain. Pain on Scull. There's a few different reasons. One of them that I'll mention here is that Scull has this great flaw that Devin Haney has, which is Scull has he does the bow and arrow jab. He'll throw a jab and pull back his right hand when he throws it, which just leaves you ripe for a left hook counter. That's how Devin Haney got dropped, or at least hurt badly first, by Ryan Garcia in round 1 of their first fight. Was that he threw that jab, and people have seen it, with his pulling his right hand back, and then Ryan quickly countered with the left hook. Scull does the same thing, and that's going to be really dangerous against a guy like Canelo, who has the left hook that he has. All right, Badou Jack is now in the ring. Let's see how sharp these gents are. Lily, let's go Sweden. Nice. People, let's stick around here because it's, like I said, I think this is probably the fight I kind of had the least amount of going into it, or at least amount of knowledge going into it, least amount of. But let's see if it surprises. I was excited for the Martin Bakole versus F.A. Ajagba fight, which was interesting and fun, and I thought it would end in a stoppage. It did not. It went the distance, and it was a majority. That fight was a majority draw. Yeah, it was a majority draw. That was a fun fight. Then the next fight after that, we had Bruno Surace versus Jaime Munguia. Jaime Munguia was able to impose his will enough on Bruno Surace to get the unanimous decision, 117-111 on all 3 cards. He gets his revenge after losing to Surace in humiliating and shocking fashion. Now we have Badou Jack and Mikaelyan here fighting for the WBC Cruiserweight belt. I'm like the least interested in this fight, but then after this we get Canelo versus Scull, which is definitely interesting. Really always interesting and fun to see Canelo fight and see what he looks like with all this talk about him fighting Bud Crawford. Mikaelyan 27-2 with 12 knockouts. Not a great knockout percentage, particularly for the heavier weight classes. Badou Jack, he has been around for a hot minute. Okay, not that many. 28-3-3 with 17 knockouts is Badou Jack, hometown Stockholm, Sweden. And 41 years old, but let's see how much he's got left in the tank. I guess it is good that neither of them have fought since 2023, because then, in some sense it's a little even in their rust, so to speak. Although I think it was Mikaelyan who had fought in November of 2023, and it was Badou Jack who fought in like February of 23. So, like a 8-9 month advantage there for Mikaelyan, at least in terms of distance since the last fight and rust. But both of them, it's been a hot sec. So this fight is getting ready to start now. Both men are in their respective corners, and we're getting ready to go. .41 definitely a bit of an outlier. Yes, agreed. All right, we're getting going. Both men just throwing some jabs. Mikaelyan doing a lot of little lead hand play. A lot of feints being exchanged here, and that's kind of to be expected. Loosen up. See if you can get some intel on your opponent. How are they going to react to your feints, to your jabs? Mikaelyan doubles up on the hook. That gets blocked by Badou Jack. Jack, by the way, I believe he's like a 3-weight world champion after getting the title at cruiserweight. I know he won. I think he won titles at 168 and 175. Badou Jack, he reps Sweden well. To be expected, both men exchanging jabs, being tentative, but a little less tentative actually than I thought. Some crosses to the body by Mikaelyan. Jack blocks. Jack throws a right upstairs. Mikaelyan avoids. Neither is really established themselves in the center of the ring. Both of them kind of jockeying for position. Because sometimes, you see pretty early on that you get into a pattern of, okay, this guy is going to, is going to take the center of the ring, and then this other fighter is going to be working around the perimeter. Right now, both of them are really tussling for the center of the ring, each using their jabs to kind of joust their way into position. Does seem like Badou Jack now is kind of circling around the outside a little bit more. Works his jab upstairs and to the body. Yeah, now we're in a little more of a pattern where Mikaelyan has the center of the ring and Jack is the one who's circling. And double jab, right hand to the body by Mikaelyan. A little 4-punch combination by Mikaelyan, but Jack moves out of range. Jack sticks a jab, Mikaelyan slips it. And that's the end of the round. Interesting round. I don't know, maybe you give it to Mikaelyan just because he had a little bit better ring generalship. Ooh, all right, we're getting on. Someone asked me earlier if the main event was going to be starting at 10 o'clock. Main event's not starting at 10 o'clock. It's going to be starting, I think, closer to 11:15. 11:15 All right, Badou Jack now takes the center of the ring, and Mikaelyan is circling on the outside here for the start of round 2. Badou Jack throws a lead left hook blocked by Mikaelyan. Mikaelyan throwing a lot of feints, a lot of jittery feints there, and Badou Jack's not biting on them. Three jabs in a row and then a little left hook by Mikaelyan. Badou Jack works his way in the center, and Mikaelyan kind of catches him with a little shot as he comes in. By the way, on the betting front, Badou Jack is the underdog in this fight. Not by a ton, but by a bit. I think he was like plus 200 or something. Again with the spam. Let's get rid of that. And the referee warns Mikaelyan about, I think, hitting on the back of the head. Ooh, strong lead cross by Badou Jack. Mikaelyan, a lot of upper body movement, a lot of like just busy hands, throwing a lot of jabs here. Mikaelyan throws two lead rights in a row. Badou Jack nowhere in sight. Badou Jack, the nice counter jab. Mikaelyan with a 3 jabs and a right cross. Jack with a double jab. Nice right hand to the body by Badou. Good jab, stabbing jab to the body by Jack. Now Mikaelyan working the jab up and down. Ooh, good counter cross by Mikaelyan. Jack working his lateral movement a little bit. And Mikaelyan with a little rally at the end of the round there. A few jabs and then a cross. I don't know, Mikaelyan may have stolen that round in the last 30 seconds to the last minute. May have stolen it there. I identify with Mikaelyan. He's got the same kind of hairline I do. Where like the front of it is still staying, still holding on, but the sides are not quite, you know, losing their grip a little bit. Badou Jack at 41. He's got the hairline of a much younger man. Okay. Not too active here. Oh, good counter. The counter cross is becoming a really more of a weapon here for Mikaelyan. Although I know Badou Jack landed a good one earlier. Triple jab by Mikaelyan coming forward. Jack with a counter right hand that was mostly blocked by Mikaelyan. Then Mikaelyan shoe shines a little bit to the body. Badou Jack pumping a double jab. Ooh, looked like a hard right hand there by Badou Jack. Seems like they're neither. Ooh, good little counter right there by Mikaelyan. Neither of their timings are quite tuned in yet, and that's to be expected if you've been out of the ring, or at least not in a proper fight this long. And also the common wisdom is that as you get older, ring rust becomes more of an issue the longer you're out of the ring. Good lead cross by Badou Jack, and Mikaelyan ties him up. The referee now breaks them up. Double jab cross. Badou Jack blocks it. Now Mikaelyan was just you can see him trying to get a little bit of a breather dancing, and Badou Jack throws a jab that Mikaelyan has to catch. Badou Jack she's telling him, hey, you're not getting a breath like that easily on my watch. Mikaelyan really using that double jab to set up his combinations. Just threw a double jab right hand, then double jab right hook to the body. Badou Jack's avoid most of them. Jack lands a couple of jabs here. Good 1-2 by Jack. Jack gaining a little momentum, and now they're clinching the inside, and Jack really pegs him with some hard rights on the side there. And Mikaelyan comes forward at the end of the round. I think you'd probably give that round to Badou Jack. AJ now being interviewed by whoever this silver-haired lady is. I forget her name. God, I hate that Yankee hat though. I love the Yankees. I mean, Yankee. I was born in New York. But I can't stand a red Yankee hat with the white Yankee insignia. It's just, that's pure Red Sox colors. Phillies too, I guess. Okay. What is next for AJ? There's a question for you. Who does he? I mean, people have been talking about AJ fighting Tyson Fury, right? Have that big giant battle for Britain at Wembley, Philip Stadium. I think that would be that's a great fight to make. Fill up the stadium, and it's and I think it would just make sense. By the way, Great Britain is kicking ass in boxing. Like, the U.S. is not holding up our end of the bargain here. The U.K. is cooking us. Ooh, dangerous punch there. Jack threw a jab down to the body, and Mikaelyan came with the cross counter upstairs. You got to be careful when you're throwing a jab to the body. You got to be careful at what range you throw it at, and you got to be careful of how you're protecting yourself as you throw it. Mikaelyan have a little success here here in round 4, connecting on some shots. Ooh, good little left hook that he was able to land. A little shoe shine to the body, and then a left hook upstairs. Yeah, Badou Jack smiles at him. Badou knows he's getting that Mikaelyan is getting the better of him in this round. Oh, Badou Jack swings a wide overhand that looked like it was blocked by Mikaelyan. Badou Jack coming forward. Ooh, strong power jab by Jack. Mikaelyan avoids the right. Ooh, a little counter right by Jack. Ooh, lead left hook by Badou Jack. Nice body shot there by Mikaelyan. And both of them kind of posing at each other. And good combination at the end of the round here by Mikaelyan. They exchange, and that's the end of the round. It looked like Mikaelyan started that round stronger, and Badou Jack finished the round stronger. So that one, that could have gone either way. Probably Mikaelyan, just because I think he had a better first part of the round than Jack had a last part of the round. However, sometimes with judges, you know, how a fighter finishes a round, it's what's, you know, most recent in the mind, and that kind of weighs a little bit more. Sometimes you forget a little bit about what happened earlier in the round. Harold Letterman used to talk about how, you know, he would, was it Harold Letterman? Yeah, I think Harold Letterman, how he'd make little marks for earlier on in the round if a fighter did some good stuff. David, the fight's today done? No. Right now, we've got Badou Jack fighting Mikaelyan here for the WBC Cruiserweight title, and then after this fight is Canelo versus Scull. So you're at the right time. And we're in round 5 here of Jack versus Mikaelyan. Mikaelyan throwing a strong combination there. Badou Jack negating the power of it. But now Badou Jack coming forward. A little right to the body by Jack. Mikaelyan comes back forward. And more spam appears in my comments. That is, of course, how it goes. Okay. Referee breaks them up. Oof. Hard right hand by Mikaelyan. Jack partially blocked it. But, I mean, you saw that, and a good left hook there by Mikaelyan. You saw that Mikaelyan loaded up on that right. Good jab by Jack. Jab to the body by Jack here. Yeah, Mikaelyan is landing some heavy shots in this round. Not fully cleanly, but I think enough for Jack to feel them. Ooh, a couple good body shots there by Mikaelyan. Jack working his way forward. Ooh, good little counter right by Mikaelyan. And Mikaelyan with a little shoe shining again to the body and then a left hook upstairs. And for those who don't know, shoe shining is like when you do like a quick combination that doesn't have, you know, usually doesn't have a lot of power on it. It's just quick, you know, combo that gets the attention of the crowd and the judges. And, you know, what you can do, though, with it is, you know, Sugar Ray Leonard used to do it. You know, it gets the attention of the judges, like I said, and, ooh, good counter left hook. And then you can use it, especially if you're going to the body, use it to set up a hard shot upstairs. And so Mikaelyan has liked, ooh, good right hand by Badou Jack. Mikaelyan has been doing that at a few different points in this fight where he'll shoe shine to the body and then bang, hard shot upstairs. With varying degrees of success. Mikaelyan comes forward with a couple 1-2s and Jack avoids. And Jack taps him with a little jab after the bell. It was shortly after the bell. It didn't seem like it was anything real dirty. And we see Hamza Shiraz is getting interviewed here. He had a great performance. Or no, who was it? Him against Adames? Kind of goes, yeah, optics. Yeah, that's shoe shining generally. It's a lot about optics. You can use it, like I said, to kind of set up to the head. But I feel like it's kind of transparent. I don't know. Anyway, I feel like you can kind of see it coming. Pause. Shiraz. All right, we're starting round. It's got to be round 6, right? No, round 7. We're round 6. Right, Hamza Shiraz. Right, it was a draw with Carlos Adames. That's right. Yeah, Shiraz, very good fighter. Okay, double jab right hand by Jack. Couple hard jabs. It's a competitive fight. Ooh, cool. Couple good right hands by Badou Jack, and he comes forward swinging with a left hook, and now Mikaelyan ties him up. And now they're both kind of throwing little shots on the inside. Referee's not breaking them up because they got one arm free, so they're punching, doing little punches with the one arm, and now the referee breaks them up. So that was the first. That looked like the first real significant blow of the fight, where it looked like Jack landed a couple hard rights that may have buzzed Mikaelyan for a moment. Ooh, good little jab, knocked Mikaelyan's head back. I think I'm seeing a little swelling there on Jack's, no, on Mikaelyan's right eye. Yeah, I'm seeing a mouse under Mikaelyan's right eye, and a good counter right there by Jack. I think Mikaelyan is a little bit buzzed. Both men exchange jabs. We've got 30 seconds. This is clearly Badou Jack's round right now. Mikaelyan coming on a little bit here with a combination. Both men tangled up. Both exchanging shots to the body, and now they're tied up. Referee's breaking up. The round's about to end. And both exchanging punches on the inside of the body, and a rabbit punch there by Mikaelyan, and the round ends. Mikaelyan was starting to look a little better there towards the end of the round, but I think you got to give that round to Badou Jack. He landed a hard right hand. They're showing it was 2 rights. That was beautiful. So what happened was it was a jab, and that first right hand landed pretty cleanly, and then the second right hand. So either the jab, right hand, boom, right hand. The second right hand landed really clean. First one landed, and the second one really landed clean. Now the camera person goes to Dimitri Bivol, who is the unified world light heavyweight champion. In reality, Dimitri Bivol, I think most people would acknowledge, is actually the undisputed light heavyweight champion. But unfortunately, the belt was... he vacated the belt, one of the belts. Okay. Round 7. Mikaelyan now circling the perimeter of the ring, and Jack is coming forward. So Chris Mannix has it 57-57 even. And he gave the last 2 rounds to Badou Jack. I think that's a fair scorecard. There might be one more round I would have given to Mikaelyan in there, but it very well could be 57-57. Double jab right hand, blocked by Jack. Both men exchanging jabs. Yeah, mainframe. I mentioned earlier to David that we got the Badou Jack fight happening now, and after this fight is Canelo and Scull. So hopefully heard that and sees your message. Ooh, good little left hook on the inside by Badou Jack. And now Mikaelyan is backed up to the corner. Counter right by Mikaelyan, and he gets his way out of the corner. Double jab right to the body by Jack, and they're tied up. Mikaelyan looks like he's a little tired. He's really taking some deep breaths. And Jack is throwing some lefts to the body and then one upstairs as they were tied up on the inside. And referee warns Mikaelyan not to kind of hold Jack's arm on the inside. And referee breaks him up again. And Mikaelyan comes swinging forward, and now they're tied up on the inside again, and they're both exchanging on the inside here. And Mikaelyan swung a big right at the end of the round, and Jack avoided. It does feel to me like the tide is turning toward Badou Jack. Mikaelyan looks like he's getting a bit tired. You can see his mouth open, and he's breathing more heavy during the round. And in the corner, he looks like he's let's see. Appreciate it, Lil. All right, we're on to round 8. Both men exchanging jabs here at the center of the ring. And Mikaelyan circling Jack as he's throwing a bunch of little jabs and ends it with a left hook, but Badou Jack blocks all of it. A good right hand there by Mikaelyan on the inside. Couple left hooks again. That's what I'm like to see a few more feints. Mikaelyan circling the outside. Looked like Jack was trying to counter him with a cross. Mikaelyan holding Jack's head as Jack is just swinging to the body. And Mikaelyan complaining that Jack is using his head. Oh, good right hand. It was a jab kind of low and then a right hand up top by Badou Jack. Double jab right by Mikaelyan, but Jack avoids it. Mikaelyan tries his own 1-2 with a big right hand. Jack avoids that one. Oof, Jack swings a big left hook. Does not come close. Good right hand on the inside by Jack. Now Mikaelyan is in the corner but spins out. And now they're getting back to the center of the ring. And they're tied up again. Jack hits him with a right hand as they were tied up. Referee breaks him. And Mikaelyan just kind of, he likes doing this thing where he kind of does this and then comes with the right hand. Ooh, little shot right at the end of the round there by Jack. It feels like Mikaelyan is kind of running out of ideas. It seems like he keeps doing a lot of the same attack sequences, and they're not landing. Let's hide the user from the channel. Neither of them have been super effective, but Jack has been more effective, definitely, I think, in particularly with his cross and his 1-2. Yeah, the biggest punch of the fight, of the round, was this 1-2 that Jack landed, particularly that right hand that caused Mikaelyan to cover up. And Jack had gotten an angle on him, and there was a nice little left hook there at the end of the round that Jack landed as well. I would give that round, I would say to Jack, that big 1-2 was the definitely the exclamation mark of that round. We're in round 9 here. And Mikaelyan nearly countered Jack with his left hook when Jack went for a cross to the body. And Jack now using his right hand more. And they're tied up. Mikaelyan with a double jab and right hook to the body. He doubled up on that combination. And now they're tied up. And they break. Ooh, good double jab right hook to the head that went around Badou Jack's guard. But Jack took it well. And through 8 rounds of total punches thrown, it's Mikaelyan's got 435 to Jack's 242, but Jack has definitely been more efficient with his punches. And Jack has seemed to have landed the more eye-catching shots. But it does, beg the question of how the judges are scoring it. If they're, some judges, they're going to be using it, just based off activity. Some of them might like some of the work that Mikaelyan's doing. But it seems to me like Jack is landing the cleaner work. And you see the mouse under Mikaelyan's right eye. Both men throwing jabs at each other. Nothing significant landing. Oh, right hand by Badou Jack again. He he kind of jabs low. Ooh, good counter right by Mikaelyan. That was a hard, clean shot. Jack seemed to take it well. Another good right hook by Mikaelyan. Mikaelyan making a good account here in the last portion of this round. Oh, Mikaelyan hits him with a right hand as the referee was trying to break him up, but the referee doesn't seem to warn him. I think Mikaelyan may have taken that round. Okay, let's get rid of that. Let's get rid of that. Trying to hide these users. It'll be definitely really interesting to see what happens here in the final quarter of the fight here. All right, we're in round 10. We got 3 rounds left. And this is going to tell us a lot. A little more intensity here to start this round. Mikaelyan trying to land that left hook. And Badou Jack with a good jab to the head, right to the body. Mikaelyan tripling up on the jab and then throwing the right hook behind it. He first went to the head, then he went to the body. Referee's breaking him up. Referee's telling, I think, Jack to listen to his instructions. Ooh, okay. Mikaelyan making nice use of the double jab to set up his right hook. In particular, and a nice little counter left hook on the inside by Mikaelyan. He's been landing the cleaner shots this round, definitely. And like I'd say in the last round too, I think Mikaelyan's maybe having a little second wind. Let's see how Badou Jack responds. Good lead right hook by Mikaelyan around Badou Jack's guard. And Mikaelyan using the jab to set up some shots to the body, and Badou Jack counters with a left hook upstairs. And now Jack is backing Mikaelyan into the corner. Mikaelyan tries to counter with a cross. Doesn't land, and now they're tied up. Referee's breaking him up. And Jack closes the distance, and they're on the inside now. And Jack using the left hook, tap into the head, dig into the body. Mikaelyan shoe shining to the body. Jack with a right upstairs. Now Jack is chasing him a little bit here. Good strong jab by Jack and a good counter shot by Mikaelyan. Mikaelyan takes a deep breath as they were tied up. Good 1-2 by Mikaelyan and a good hook to the body by Badou Jack. Badou Jack leaps in with a left hook. Mikaelyan ducks it. Ooh, they both threw a shot there at the end of the round. Right as the bell rang, or after the bell rang. Ooh. Oh, by the way, question. I saw this like today. It seems like Pacquiao is going to be fighting Mario Barrios for Barrios' title. Like, what? Pacquiao is 46 years old, people. He's Manny Pacquiao. He's a legend, but Mario Barrios is not a pushover. Like, Barrios is a good fighter. You know, he's gotten beaten, but you've got to be like, you know, a high level fighter to beat him. He lost to Gervonta, and he lost to Keith Thurman. All right, we're in round 11 here. Badou Jack started with a nice 1-2 with the 2 to the body. Okay, Chris Mannix has it 96-94 for Mikaelyan, and he sees it the way I see it. He's given the last 3 rounds to Mikaelyan. He gave 5-6-7 to Badou Jack, and then 8-9-10 to Mikaelyan. As I said, it seemed like Jack had gotten some momentum, the tide swinging his way there in the middle rounds, and then it seemed like Mikaelyan kind of had started to build up his own momentum. So now we're in the championship rounds. Let's see who's gonna bring that champion out of him. Good right hook by Mikaelyan. Who's gonna step up in this moment here? I think you can make a good argument that the fight is in the balance here in the championship rounds. And thus the WBC Cruiserweight title. And Mikaelyan thrown to the body, and Jack counters with a hook to the head. Ooh, nice right hand on the inside by Badou Jack. And it throws another right hand as the referee is breaking them up. And Mikaelyan looks at the ref like, come on, man. And I don't blame him. But, you know, also, Jack's done that several times now. You gotta, at some point, you gotta take the hint and protect yourself. Even when the referee is giving instructions and trying to break you up, you got to put your hand up because Jack is looking for every advantage. Those Swedes don't play. Jack walking forward with a high guard. And now they're tied up. Jack with a good hard jab. Mikaelyan swinging some left hooks, and Jack avoids them. Jack with a counter jab. And now Jack is tied up Mikaelyan's left arm and was throwing hooks to the body. Referee warns him to bring those hooks up. Oof, God, Mikaelyan did a swing with the right hook and was just... Badou Jack just backed out of range and then countered him with a couple shots. Jack has seems as a nice little beat on Mikaelyan's distance. Mikaelyan just went for a 1-1-2, and Jack backed up and countered. Good right hand by Jack. I think Jack is taking this round right now. He's having a good little burst of energy and momentum. I think you give that round to Jack. I think he stole it, and he took that round in the last, call it 30 seconds to 40 seconds. We got the final round coming up here. Yeah, they're showing a replay of a nice cross on the inside where Jack was framing Mikaelyan with the left and then bang with the right. Oh, is that Jonathan Banks? Jonathan Banks training Badou Jack? It is Jonathan Banks. I just heard Chris Mannix say so. Jonathan Banks, I think about him. I think about how he was the one who took over for Abel Sanchez training Triple G after after Triple G got rid of Abel Sanchez. It was Jonathan Banks. All right, we're in the final round here. Both men exchanging jabs. Seems like there's There's some sense of urgency by both. But also neither wants to make a real mistake here. They're tied up. Referee's going to break them up here. Jack with a 1-2, and Mikaelyan tried to counter with a jumping left hook. Yeah, Mikaelyan's looking for the left hook counter, but Jack is doing a good job of keeping his right hand glued to his chin to negate it. Reminds me of how last night, one of the really smart things that Rolly Romero did against Ryan Garcia was he was very disciplined with keeping his right hand glued to his chin to negate those Garcia left hooks. And we saw Badou Jack just doing that a little bit here, keeping that right hand glued as Mikaelyan was looking for those left hook counters. They're tied up on the inside, and Jack has landed some shots on the inside again. Mikaelyan does not seem like he wants to really fight on the inside. He seems to turn away, and they're tussling here on the inside, and the referee is breaking him now. Jack now has an angle and lands a good right hand on Mikaelyan. Jack again has an angle and swings, and Mikaelyan just ducks under. And Mikaelyan's back is on the ropes. Jack has got his head in his chest, and now the referee breaks him up. Good right hook by Mikaelyan. Mikaelyan throws a little combination. Referee breaks them up. Good 1-2s by Mikaelyan. All right, we got about 20 seconds left. Referee is breaking them up and now bringing them together. Jack throwing some punches to the body. Mikaelyan grabs the arm. Both exchanging here on the inside. Mikaelyan with some shoe shining. Mikaelyan swings a big left hook, and Jack backs out of range. Oh, a little right hand there by Mikaelyan at the end there. I think Mikaelyan may have landed that last shot. Last round was competitive. We'll see. This was a close fight here. Close fight. How do you score this fight? This honestly is one of those fights where I could see it being edged either way. Where we could get a 7-5 going one way or the other. Maybe you wind up with another, draw. We had a majority draw earlier between Martin Bakole and F.A. Ajagba. DAZN showing a little trailer on the side for oh, hold on. All right, total punches thrown 369 for Jack, 670 for Mikaelyan. Total punches landed 122 for Jack, 153 for Mikaelyan. 44 to the head for Jack, 73 for Mikaelyan. 45 to the body, power body by Jack, 33 power body by Mikaelyan. Mikaelyan clearly more active, much more active, but Jack clearly more efficient, right? So Mikaelyan threw about 300 more punches than Badou Jack, but he only landed like 30 more punches. So, yeah, I mean, that's the thing, is I feel like it could go either way. And both of them showing respect here in the center of the ring. And fan zone poll, who won? 61% say Badou Jack, 39% say Mikaelyan. Maybe I will say, Badou Jack, I think, is just a more well-known name. So it could be that, or it could be that he got it. Badou Jack now embracing Amir Khan. No, it's not Amir Khan. Is that Amir Khan? No, it's not. Sorry. Yeah, it could be either. Could be either guy, I think. But let's see. We're about to find out who wins this title, WBC Cruiserweight title. This is Jay Opetaya's division, people. I don't think either of them have a chance against Jay Opetaya. About to get the score here. Majority decision. Wow, okay. Badou Jack, by the skin of his teeth, gets the win. Majority decision. 114-114 was one of the scorecards. It was a draw, and it was 115-113 on the other two scorecards. What did I say? I had it could be 7-5 either way, or it could be a draw. And you had one scorecard that was a draw, and then you had two 7-5 scorecards. The two 7-5s in favor of Badou Jack. Majority decision win for the Swede. He keeps his title. He keeps his cruiserweight title. Very close and competitive fight. For the 41-year-old, he gets to retain his belt. And if I were Badou Jack, I would just avoid Jai Opetaya like the plague. But we got the main event coming up next. We got Canelo versus Scull. All right, people, we got Canelo versus Scull coming up here. And, yes, Badou Jack got the majority decision win. 114 on one scorecard, 115-113 on the other two. So, with that, we now have the Canelo versus Scull main event coming up here. Coming up next. And now, I'm going to tell you a couple things. For one thing, I think Canelo should knock this guy out. He should knock out William Scull. William Scull has I believe IBF has the IBF is one of the super middleweight titles. He won it from Shushkin, and that was his biggest win of his career. And that was his most recent fight, was getting the decision over Shushkin. But it was a very close fight that a lot of people say he didn't win. There's a lot of people who argue that Shushkin should have gotten the decision. Scull is not known as a knockout puncher, not known as a heavy puncher. He's Cuban, but not as slick, I think, as a lot of other Cuban fighters. Let's mute some of these spams. My God, my channel gets spammed with bullshit. Okay. But the thing, yeah, Scull makes mistakes. As I mentioned this earlier, and I will mention it again, he does that bow and arrow jab, where he throws the jab, and ordinarily, in boxing, fundamentally, you want to use your offhand for protection on every time you throw a punch, right? So if you throw the jab, you got your other hand here. Throw the right hand, you got this hand here. Boom, 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 boom. You're always protecting with the offhand for the counter. That's why there's a lot of guys who like to counter on the same side. Anyway, Scull does not do that on his jab. There's a thing where there's bow and arrow jab, where there's, sometimes fighters have this flaw in their jab where when they throw it, they bring their rear hand back. That's why it's called bow and arrow jab, because you're loading up a bow and arrow. So they go back, and it leaves you wide open for a counter left hook. Devin Haney is the poster boy for this bow and arrow jab, which is it's kind of ironic because he has a very good jab. Haney's got a very sharp, quick, accurate jab, and yet he has this fundamental flaw with the opposite hand, which makes it a very flawed jab. I talked about this leading into the Haney versus Garcia fight, and very first round, Garcia counters Haney's jab with one of his lightning left hooks, and Haney was rocked. And from then on, Haney was hurt the entire fight. And so Scull makes the very same error in his jab, and that is not a good thing to do against a boxer with an excellent left hook. Ryan Garcia, of course, excellent left hook. Know who else has an excellent left hook? Canelo Alvarez. Of course Canelo has an excellent left hook. So, I mean, you would think that Scull's camp would have pounded this into his head every goddamn day. But then again, you would think that Haney's team would have done that, and it doesn't matter. And I saw Haney still do some of those bow and arrow jabs in last night's fight for the fucking 4 jabs that he threw. Let's see. Bella Cardenas, did Garcia win? You talking about Ryan Garcia from last night? Is that your question, Bella? If you're asking about Ryan Garcia, he lost a decision to Rolly Romero. Ryan got knocked down in the first round, ironically, by Romero's left hook. It was actually a double left hook. Romero threw the first left hook, landed clean on Ryan's chin, and then Ryan brought up his block, and Romero threw another left hook that landed on the guard for Ryan, but kind of pushed him down. He was clearly hurt by the first left hook, and then got knocked over just by the momentum of the second left hook. But after that moment, that was in the second round, after that point, Ryan was quite timid for the rest of the fight. He would throw some jabs here and there. He'd on occasion fire off that left hook, but give Rolly credit, he did a good job of making sure his right hand was glued to his chin, so that when Ryan did throw that left hook, at least it would be caught there. And Rolly just did a nice job of kind of holding his guard, using his stiff arm, and he was able to beat Ryan in a decision, which would get you a lot of Scull if you bet on that, because not a lot of people were betting on that one. So anyway, that bow and arrow jab is a serious flaw that Scull has. Another thing is that Scull really uses a lot of movement. He's a boxer. He's not like not a slugger. He's not a pressure fighter, or a swarmer, so to speak. So he likes to use a lot of lateral movement. But the problem is, and he's got quicker feet than Canelo, certainly. Canelo does not have quick feet. He has, that is one of Canelo's, I think, real weaknesses. Canelo is an excellent fighter. He does not have many flaws. But I think probably the main flaw that Canelo does have is that he has slow feet. And it can be taken advantage of by boxers who have good footwork and quick footwork and good movement. So we saw that was one of the reasons why Dimitri Bivol had such success against Canelo, because Bivol is a very mobile boxer who has excellent footwork, and he was able to outmaneuver Canelo for a lot of their fight. Now Scull has quicker feet than Canelo, and uses lateral movement, but part of the problem is that, at least when I've watched Scull, he doesn't use a lot of lateral traps. I was mentioning that earlier I was mentioning that earlier, one of the earlier fights, that I wanted to see some more lateral traps. And basically what that is that when you're using your lateral movement, going from side to side, you're forcing the other fighter to follow you, to reset out of their position and follow you. And so, what you do, you change direction, you're going laterally, and you make them come after you. And what you do, as they're stepping, you fire an attack. So when their feet aren't set. That is, that's part of setting lateral traps. And Scull doesn't do a lot of that. And it's something that he should do against Canelo. And the thing is also that Canelo is just an excellent pressure fighter. And he's really grown into becoming an excellent pressure fighter. He cuts off the ring quite well. And he uses a good, strong power jab. And also he'll use a pawing jab. Like, he'll use a snapping power jab, but then other times he'll kind of paw with his jab to set up his big right hooks and overhand rights. And the thing is, he uses it as like a baseball bat. And, they're entering Terrence Crawford right here. Crawford said, Canelo's the guy we got our eyes on. Yeah, Crawford's here to watch him. Okay. So she was, interviewer was asking, would this, fight between you and Canelo be the biggest fight in boxing history? And Crawford, to his credit, said, I wouldn't say biggest fight in boxing history, but I'd say the biggest fight in the last decade. That's pretty close to fair, because a decade ago you had Mayweather and Pacquiao in 2015. So she asked, when's this fight going to happen? And he said September. Makes sense. That's kind of when Canelo does his fights. He is Cinco de Mayo weekend, and he does Mexican Independence Day around then, so... Alright, let's hide these spammers. Alright, so anyway, yeah, Canelo, he uses his right hand like a baseball bat. Like, he'll set it up with his power jab or with a pawing jab, but he loves a double jab or a triple jab overhand right. And the thing with Canelo is, like, yeah, he wants to hit you in the head. He wants to hit you in the temple or the chin, but he's perfectly happy to just hit you on your guard, to just throw that overhand right and land it on your shoulder, on your tricep, just to beat up your arms, beat up your body, your neck, whatever the hell. We saw that when Canelo fought Callum Smith, Canelo actually separated Smith's bicep from all the punches that he landed on Smith's arm. It is a rough tactic, but it is totally legitimate to aim your punches at your opponent's bicep to just, cause damage. And so that you have to adapt to that. You have to adjust that if that's happening to you. You gotta, move out of the way. So, Canelo is become a sophisticated battering ram, in a sense. I don't know how else to put it. A sophisticated battering ram, I guess. He's because he's a bull. He's stocky and strong and powerful, and he's hard to move, but he comes forward and he beats up your body. But the thing is, he's got real nuance to his attack, and he's hard to hit. You can touch him. He'll he's got that high guard, and he'll parry, and he'll neutralize a lot of your punches. But he's very hard to hit clean. Hitting Canelo clean is not an easy task, and that's the thing is, even if you do hit him clean, you do manage to catch Canelo clean, one of the great attributes that he has is an iron chin. So, Canelo's never been knocked out, never been stopped. And by the way, Canelo has never been knocked down as a professional. The closest that we have seen Canelo to getting knocked down, fan zone poll, who will win? Canelo Alvarez, 95%. William Scull, 5%. Yeah. So anyway, the closest we've seen Canelo to getting knocked down was when he was a pup against Jose Miguel Lopez. Sorry, not Jose. Sorry, Jose Cotto. Jose Cotto was the one who nearly knocked Canelo down. I mean, he hurt him clearly, but Canelo was a pup, and that's the closest we've seen him to being knocked down. So Canelo is iron-chinned. He does a good job of keeping his chin tucked. He's just very hard to hit clean. He does his parrying. He has blocking. He'll do pulls. He'll slip. He'll roll. And even most impressive in his defense is that he is excellent at looking off punches that come in. Right, a punch comes in, and Canelo at the last minute, the last second, he'll just turn his chin as the punch, just goes by. It's something that Muhammad Ali did really well, and you see some great iconic photos of him doing that and footage of him doing that. Canelo does it greatly. It's an extremely impressive technique to do, and it's not easy at all. And Canelo has mastered it. So, he is about as he's pretty much the full package. Like I said, the only thing is he's got slow feet. But he's got some incredible attributes. So, some people could say, well, Terence Crawford's the perfect fighter in a sense where, he's got the footwork, he's got the power, he's got the skills, he's got the speed, he's got the tenacity. He's got, the defense. He's got everything. But Crawford, for one thing, does not have the chin that Canelo has. And they're different weight classes, so, power is very different. So anyway, that's a whole nother story of a whole nother analysis that we can get into for Canelo versus Crawford, which would be expected to happen, as Crawford said, in September, presuming that Canelo takes care of business here tonight against William Scull. Also, by the way, I think a good thing for Canelo here, staying active. Might be a mistake that Crawford is not getting a tune-up fight in. I think definitely a mistake that Crawford's not getting a tune-up fight in before facing Canelo. A tune-up fight at 160. At a 164 catch weight, at 168, get a little used to the weight in that sense, and also keep sharp. Crawford's 37 years old. You want to stay sharp. So I think that's also some value in tonight's fight for Canelo, is that it keeps him sharp for his presumed fight against Crawford, which would happen in September. And Scull, he's not known to be a power puncher. He's not known to have a great resistance. He's a, he's an outboxer in a sense, and he moves around the outside. But like I said, he's got flaws. And a fighter as experienced and skilled as Canelo is bound to capitalize on those flaws. Which is why I've been why I really do think that this is going to be a stoppage, a knockout for Canelo. Very possible that it's another one of those fights where Canelo knocks down the opponent and then cruises to a decision win, or knocks him down a couple times and cruises away to a decision win. That's happened. It happened with Jermell Charlo when Jermell jumped up 2 weight classes to take on Canelo. It's happened in a bunch of Canelo's recent fights in a row. He knocked down Edgar Berlanga in his last fight and then won the decision. He knocked down Jaime Munguia when they fought and won the decision. He knocked down John Ryder when they fought and won the decision.
he knocked down Jermell Charlo when they fought and won the decision. It's been a real pattern for Canelo in the last couple of years. So that might continue here, particularly if Scull is really intent on not being knocked out. Because if you're a skilled fighter and you're like determined not to be knocked out, you can usually do a decent job at it. You usually make sure that doesn't happen. But if Scull is, going to go for it, then he's at real risk, I think, of getting starched. Got Michael Buffer doing the introductions. And we had, Jim Lampley was on the call last night. I was hoping that Jim Lampley might be doing the call again tonight. If anyone knows whether... Was that a one-off for Lampley last night, or are they going to be using him more in the future? Because I would love for us to get more Jim Lampley just in boxing. I miss the golden era of HBO boxing commentary where you had Jim Lampley doing the blow-by-blow. You had Max Kellerman doing the color commentary. You had Roy Jones or sometimes Andre Ward. You had Harold Letterman, rest in peace, with the scorecard. But yeah, it was really nice to hear Jim Lampley on the call again last night. Oh my God, if they can bring back Max Kellerman as well, then we're rolling. They're doing the national anthems now for Mexico. Yeah, Lil, you know the truth. That was clearly the best boxing commentary team that there has ever been assembled. What the hell is Max Kellerman doing now anyway? Like, ever since that just public spate and dust up with Stephen A. Smith and First Take, Max Kellerman has been absolutely MIA. Alex Partita Discord. I actually looked into potentially starting a Discord. I just wasn't sure that there was. I wasn't sure if there was going to be enough interest, but I could be down to get a Discord going if that's what you're asking. Mainframe saw him on that flight that time. Wait, when did you see him on a flight? Yeah, what the hell is Max Kellerman doing now? I would love to see him back in boxing because it was great to see Jim Lampley the other night, and I think boxing could use Max Kellerman. I enjoy watching Max on boxing when it was on ESPN. Sucks that he got canned. What are you gonna do? What are you going to do? He's just like the goddamn spam that just absolutely pervades. Larry Merchant, Mainframe. We need Larry Merchant. Yes, Larry Merchant after a few whiskeys. That's always a good idea. That was the love that quote that Larry Merchant that really put into the boxing ethos. The boxing is the theater of the unexpected. Gotta love that quote from him. We saw him on the way to Quebec for a bachelor's party. Don't you tell me that was the... Okay, we'll talk later. You have to remind me about that. All right, we got Max Kellerman. We got Michael Buffer doing the in-ring announcements here. He's about to give his little 1439, a young man named Sven was born on Croatia. 1430. Sven was born in Croatia, yeah. All right, you got the Let's Get Ready to Rumble here from Michael Buffer. And he's doing the announcements here. He's getting... Scull has got some kind of like beaded sash around him. I don't know what that is. That must be... He's from, Matanzas, Cuba. Maybe it's a Cuban thing. Appreciate all you who are on the stream. And appreciate you all for dropping likes on this stream. Very much appreciate it. Very excited here for Canelo versus Scull. Mostly because it's about how does Canelo look with the Canelo versus Crawford fight right on the horizon for September. So that's what we want to see. How does Canelo look? I expect him to look excellent. I thought he looked really good against Berlanga. Some people might criticize, I should have stopped Berlanga or whatever. Let me tell you, that left hook knockdown was, whew, that was sizzling. Canelo, 62-2-2 with 39 knockouts. They're introducing Canelo now. Crowd is getting going. Canelo is... All right. Yeah, I mean, Scull does a good job with some counter jabs. And that's the thing is Canelo... You know, you can have some success with Canelo by establishing a good jab, as Dmitry Bivol showed, as Gennady Golovkin showed, but also those fighters have excellent jabs, like world-class jabs. Does Scull have a world-class jab? Scull or Skull? I guess it might be Skull. What, Skull? Skull Vikings? Skull Cuba? I don't know. All right, we're getting underway here now, round one. All right, this is for the undisputed super middleweight championship here. Because Scull has one of the belts after getting the decision against Shishkin in his last fight. A decision that a lot of people feel maybe he shouldn't have been given. So Canelo just kind of just calmly inching his way forward, and a little jab there by Scull. Canelo will feint there with the and double jab and a right hand around the guard by Canelo. Scull snapping out a jab. I'm going to be watching that jab by Scull. He does move his right hand. Clement hosts a weekday show on ESPN now? What? What's the name of the show? Which? Canelo throwing a little feint here with the, and seeing how Scull reacts. Canelo loves to feint with the lead down low and then come with the left hook around the top. And now Scull switches southpaw for a second and using some lateral movement. He cross steps a lot, Scull. We're moving to his left. he uses his right leg first, and that's gonna potentially compromise his balance if Canelo times him by hitting him with a shot, even if he blocks it. Canelo inching his way forward. Scull now. Canelo backing Scull to a corner here, but Scull lets him out of the corner. Scull snaps a jab, but Canelo barely moves and doesn't hit Canelo, of course. Canelo calmly, slowly, inching forward, making calculations. He was throwing a few feints there. You could probably argue that Scull got that round just based off of his activity and whatnot, but Canelo is just feeling things out. Oh, Lils, I think that whatever that is, that might be outdated. This just in. He used to do this just in, but and he used to do Keyshawn, J. Will, and Max, but not anymore. Okay. Eddie Reynoso already had a fight tonight with Munguia against Surace. Has a victory under his belt from tonight. Looking to get this second one here. And now we're at the start of the second round. I'm going to expect Canelo is going to open up a little bit more. Scull is, of course, circling the perimeter. Canelo inching his way forward. Scull throws a double jab out there. Canelo, catches him. Catches the jabs, I mean. Ooh, Canelo throws a hard right hook to the body and a left hook upstairs. I think Scull blocked the left hook upstairs, but the right hook to the body seemed to land. Canelo feinting with the left and then fired a left hook and Scull backed away from, and a right hand, and it looked like Scull lost his balance for a second. Scull with his hands low, man. He heads a low guard sometimes. And switching southpaw for a second, Scull is, and now he's back to orthodox, using his lateral movement. And Canelo throws a little combination. Scull ducks and grabs Canelo. Referee breaks them up. Canelo just patiently making his way forward. Gotta expect Canelo's gonna swing that right. Yes, he does, but Scull avoids it because Scull was circling towards Canelo's right hand, and you gotta expect that Canelo wants to fire that overhand right. Whether he lands it on Scull's head or on the arms, he doesn't care. I mean, he'd like to land it on the head, but he wants to beat you up a little bit. Scull with a jab and a right hook that Canelo kind of just backs away from, maybe partially landed. Scull using his lateral movement back and forth. Canelo is coming forward. And Scull backs away from a right hook that Canelo threw to his body. That's the thing, is I'm not seeing Canelo really use his power jab much. I'm waiting to see him snap out that power jab. Let me see. Canelo had Scull in the corner for a second, threw a right hook to the body, and then went with the left. but Scull avoided the left. Slow, tentative, well, not tentative, I would say. Just a patient start for Canelo. And Skull's using a lot of movement, a lot of lateral movement. And Canelo's being patient. On occasion, getting him into a corner and unleashing, one or two punches. The thing is, I'm waiting to see when Canelo starts to uncork his power jab. Yeah, Kellerman, he's been like, he's been, I don't know where he's been. it's been upsetting. Maybe just spending time with family. That's probably what he's doing. 1-2 by Scull at the start of the round here that Canelo blocks. Scull using that lateral movement. Canelo inching his way forward. Canelo seeming a little bit more intent now on getting Scull into the ropes and throws a left hook to the body, and Scull tries to counter upstairs. Canelo backing up Scull. And a hard left hook upstairs that Scull blocks. Scull throws an overhand right that Canelo looks off. Canelo working his way forward. And Scull swings around the center of the ring. Scull is trying to feint. Canelo not really biting on it. Canelo throws a left hook to the body. Scull with a jab and a right hook that Canelo blocks. I'm wondering when Canelo's going to throw more jabs. Oh, there was a jab that was blocked by Scull, and then a right hook that Scull avoids. And now Scull switches southpaw for a second and then back to orthodox. He's got to be careful about that. He kind of just switched his feet right in front of Canelo, switched his stance right in front of Canelo. And if Canelo gets a beat on that, Canelo's going to swing an overhand right as he's doing it. And that's going to be a problem. Yeah, if you're going to switch stances, you don't want to just like switch right in front of the opponent. You want to either be back out of range and then switch, or you can work it into a counter or a shift. You're throwing punches coming forward, and you switch stances as you're throwing. Canelo backing Scull into the corner, but giving Scull room. Canelo's giving Scull room to work his way out. Canelo's not really being insistent on really pinning him in the corner. He gives Scull room to kind of work his way out. It seems like Canelo might be waiting for something. Now we're seeing Bivol get interviewed here. Interesting to... She's asking him about how it was that he was able to beat Canelo, and Bivol is saying, I think I was just myself, Interesting to have, Bivol, who had beaten Canelo here at ringside, and then you've got Crawford at ringside. The guy that Canelo moved up in weight to challenge for his title at ringside, who beat Canelo, and then you've also got at ringside Terence Crawford, pound for pound #1 on many people's lists, who is going to jump up 2 weight classes to take on Canelo for his titles, if Canelo can win this fight. So now we're in round 4. I would expect Canelo to turn up the dial a little bit here. He's kind of kept the volume on low. I'm going to expect Canelo to start to turn things up a little bit here in round 4 as we kind of close out, you know, the first third of the fight. Scull definitely looks a lot bigger than Canelo. I will say that. Skull's like 6 feet, and he's definitely, you know, muscle bound. And Canelo is just like a, you know, very tanky. But Canelo's not big for this weight class. Like Canelo to me is a middleweight. That's what he's at his best. That's what he's supposed to be. Because Canelo was at 154, junior middle, and then moved up to middle 160, and this is 168, super middle, and Canelo doesn't really have any business fighting at 175, and yet he still beat Kovalev, who had been knocked out, kind of, you know, somewhat washed, but was a champion, so not totally washed. It was still, you know, not an easy fight. We're still seeing Canelo be very patient here. I'm interested to see why Canelo's not, you know, kind of trying to establish his jab a little bit more. Canelo now kind of pawing with the jab and swings a right hand, and Scull counters him with the right. That's the thing. I'd like to see Canelo make more use of that jab. You know, he's not going to just be able to walk in and just... Ooh, Canelo swings a big left hook to the body that Scull backs away from. Scull doing a good job so far of using his lateral movement to, you know, not let Canelo really set himself for too long. But I would expect now, after 4 rounds, we're getting to round 5 here, I would expect that Canelo is going to turn up the urgency just a little bit here. Because, you know, he's not being, I don't think he's being active enough to for sure be banking a lot of these rounds. Oh God, with the spam. Hide user. Hide user. Okay. Let's see. I would like to see, like I said, I'd like to see Canelo establish his jab a little more, establish that power jab. He's got a good snapping power jab when he uses it, and it's nice when he'll use the pawing jab as well to kind of set up his right hands. But that snapping power jab is particularly useful, and I'm not seeing him make much use of that. So now here we are, round 5. Scull with the double jab. Canelo is blocking it. Nice little uppercut that partially is blocked by Canelo. The thing is also, Canelo now kind of a little frustrated with Skull's movement. But it's up to Canelo to close the gap, cut off the ring. And now Scull moving forward, actually, and snapping out a jab. Snaps a jab to the body. 1-1-2 up to the head. Skull standing tall in the center of the ring. Now Canelo moving forward. Scull using his lateral movement. Total punches thrown so far, Scull 117, Canelo 38. Total punches landed, though, Canelo 15 and Scull 12. Sorry, Scull 15, Canelo 12. My bad. But, I mean, the fact that the punches landed are that close and the punches thrown are that drastically different is, for one thing, good power jab by Canelo. Goes to show how efficient Canelo is with his offense. But the thing is, just that's a lot of activity from Scull, and the judges see that. Then again, you'd be hard pressed to make an argument that that judges are not fans of Canelo's style. Canelo making his way forward. I'm also interested to see when Canelo. Okay, there's a double jab and a right hook to the body that lands on Scull as he was kind of backing away. And Scull with a jab and then a straight right to the body. And Canelo with a right hook to the body. But he just threw it. He just fired it right from his stance. I will say, Canelo looks a little frustrated. Canelo backs away. That's the end of the round. Part of my issue here is that Canelo, he'll back up Scull, and he'll get Scull into a quarter of the ring, but he'll leave enough room for Scull to kind of exit. There's a couple times here in this latest round where he made more of a point to come forward and get Scull against the ropes for a second. But there's a replay there of Scull landing that uppercut that I mentioned earlier in the round. It was a nice uppercut. And Canelo landing a right hook to the body. Yeah, Scull showing some clear confidence. And, looks like he's not scared of Canelo. Like he's, he's... he doesn't look like the moment's too big for him. Wow, okay, Mannix has given every round to Canelo. Interesting. Mannix giving every round to Canelo. Good combination there by Scull. Ended with a right hand, a straight across up to the top of Canelo. And then avoids Canelo's right hook to the body. And there's a left hook that partially lands the body by Canelo. Canelo throws a few jabs and then a right hook to the body as he got Scull to the corner. Canelo is seems to be ticking up the volume here on his offense. Good jab by Canelo. Canelo with a right hook to the body. Scull tried to counter him. A little left hook upstairs that Scull blocks. Ooh, Scull with a nice double jab. Canelo jab gets blocked. But it looks like Canelo is getting a little more active with his offense, with his jabs. And the spammer's getting a little more active on my channel. Scull, nice little jab. Dancing around. Scull dancing in the corner using his lateral movement. Canelo with a counter jab. Scull with his hands at his waist there. Canelo with a little feint. And Canelo with a right hook to the body that Scull avoids easily. Interesting. Mannix was saying he thinks that Scull thinks he's winning these rounds. I think there were a few rounds earlier, in particular, that he could have won. It depends though on the judging. But Canelo, I think, is making an effort to blast some right hooks to the body. Eddie Reynoso telling Canelo, you know, it's round by round. Take it round by round. Pay attention. Tell him to punch on the inside. All right, round 7. Canelo feints, and Scull, dancing around the perimeter there, using his lateral movement here. Canelo moving forward with a right and a left to the body. Scull with his hands by his waist. Now the double jab, Scull. Ooh, Canelo with some shots to the body. Now they're clinching with each other. Canelo swings a right hook to the body and a left hook. It looks like Scull may have caught him in between shots with a little counter. Canelo now has Scull in the corner with a left hook to the body. Scull gets his way out of the corner. Canelo with another left hook to the body, but Scull counters with a little cross upstairs. Scull dancing, using his movement. All right, now through 6 rounds, Skull's thrown 169 punches to Canelo's 73. Canelo's landed 25 punches to Skull's 26. Canelo's landed 20 power shots to the body. Skull's landed 4. Canelo much more accurate and efficient in his offense, but Scull much more active. Yeah, Scull using a lot of lateral movement. Kind of similar to Devin Haney, except not nearly as bad. Scull just tried to land a 3-2 left hook right hand. Canelo backed out of the way. Let's see. Sugarloaf Community Foundation. Sounds like he just catching up with Canelo. Does he look old? Years ago, he would have destroyed this guy. I don't know if it's... I don't know if it's age. Canelo's 34 years old. I think that Scull is moving a whole lot and doing a decent job at, you know, avoiding protracted combinations with Canelo. Yeah, that's the question. Will Canelo turn up the heat here? Canelo unloads a combination as Skull's on the ropes. Scull gets off the ropes. Canelo with a left hook. Scull blocks. Canelo swings a right hook to the body, but Scull backs out of the way. Live odds on Canelo winning the fight are minus 10,000. Live odds on Scull winning plus 1,700. That means you'd have to bet $10,000. Get this: you have to bet $10,000 in order to win $100. Now Skull's about 6 feet tall, and pretty muscle bound. Ooh, good left hook by Canelo. You know, and Canelo is a strong 5'8", maybe 5'7", maybe 5'8". Ooh, big swinging right by Scull. Canelo avoids it. Canelo with a double jab and a right hook to the body. Scull threw his own shots in between there to try and counter Canelo. Canelo feints a jab, and that got a big reaction from Scull. Maybe Scull is starting to feel Canelo's power a little bit. I will say it's kind of interesting. Like, Canelo really swings with his punches. Like every power punch, he's looking to knock you out. Or just break your body. Yep, Scull dancing around using his lateral movement. And that's the end of that round. Ooh. I think Canelo was a little frustrated. He's getting a little frustrated here. It looked like Eddie Reynoso was kind of miming, hey, throw your uppercut. I also think it'd be great for Canelo to use the uppercut to help set up those hooks. Terrence Crawford looks a little bored. Ref bringing both of them together, giving some instructions here. The referee apparently told the two of them in this fight there's too much running around. That's so funny. That's the thing. It's on Canelo to make it more of a fight, to make it more action-packed. Canelo with a jab, it throws a right hook to the body, but it looks like that's straight a little low. The referee's giving him a warning. All right, the action resumes. Canelo kind of feinting his way forward. Gets a reaction out of Scull. Canelo throws a left hook to the body. That's the problem. If you just throw 1 and 2 punches, you know, you can avoid those. Canelo avoids an overhand right by Scull. Canelo moving forward. Canelo throws a left hook to the body. Scull smiles at him. Canelo swings a left hook. Scull avoids. Through round 8 for power punches thrown. Canelo's thrown 58 to Skull's 49. Uh, 1-1-2 by Scull. Scull shifting stances as he moves backwards. Canelo throws a couple shots to the body. Scull smiles at him. Nice little jab that Scull landed. Canelo throws a right to the body, and Scull looks at the referee to complain, but that shot didn't look low, and the referee agreed that the shot was fine. Ugh. Oh, Canelo just slipped a jab and threw a left hook. Didn't look like it landed flush, but it was a very good idea. Canelo turns and avoids Skull's overhand right. Oh, Canelo swings a right hook and misses, but then from the southpaw stance, lands a jab on Scull. That's the end of that round. I don't know. I'd like to see some more from Canelo here. I would like to see some more from Canelo. I'm not seeing a whole... I don't know. He's... Like, I think he's winning the fight. But, like... This is a guy I was expecting him to, you know, really impose himself on. And he's not imposed himself on Scull. And I was thinking that Canelo would be using his left hook a lot more. All right, round 10. Final quarter of the fight here. See, Turki Al-Sheikh is standing and his hands are off to the side. He's staring here. He's got a real interest in seeing what happens here, because Turki is the one who would be putting together the Canelo versus Crawford fight. Ooh, good little counter jab by Canelo. Canelo avoids the follow-up. Yeah, Scull using a lot of movement, a lot of lateral movement. but it's up to Canelo to pin him, to corner him. And that's kind of a big difference, if you're comparing prime, Canelo to Gennady Golovkin, is that, there's a lot of similarities between the two of them in their attributes. And ooh, good counter right by Scull as Canelo moved in. Is that Golovkin had, I think, sharper footwork and quicker feet, and was able to do a good left hook to the body by Canelo. Scull throwing some shots as he's switching stances, as Canelo's moving forward. Yeah, it's weird. Like, Skull's got his hands down, and he's moving, he's going side to side. He's using that lateral movement. Canelo seems a little hesitant to unload. He's not... And Mannix on the commentating is criticizing Scull, saying, Skull's not taking advantage of the opportunity or whatnot, or whatever, yada yada. I don't know, man. I think Scull is fighting about as well as he can in the sense of fighting his fight. He doesn't want to get into protracted exchanges with Canelo. He's doing a lot of movement. He's doing some pot shots. He's firing off jabs. He's getting caught, on occasion to the body, and, but I think he's doing a pretty decent job of frustrating Canelo. So I gotta say, I kind of disagree with just kind of how Mannix is characterizing things a little bit here. We're getting into the championship rounds here, 11 and 12. And maybe Canelo will, maybe Canelo will get a comfortable decision, but it's not the kind of performance that I was looking to see. I don't know. I wonder if Canelo's not throwing as much because he doesn't want to get tired. He's worried about getting tired. Is he worried about what's coming back from Scull? It's like he just keeps trying to land a home run. So, okay, Chris Mannix gets a dose of reality here. When he asked Daniel Jacobs, how he's seeing the fight, and Daniel Jacobs says, I have Canelo slightly ahead here. Canelo with a right hook to the body there. And Mannix responded to you, really? It's like, yeah, really. Maybe the judges will give it a wide decision to Canelo, because, judges like Canelo. But, good jab by Scull. This is not the dominating performance that Chris Mannix thinks it is. Mannix, I don't think he's not doing justice to the real tenor of the fight here. The tenor of the performance that Canelo's giving. Canelo feinting, and Canelo with a double jab and a right hook to the body. And Scull complaining to the referee, but the punch was on the belt. And a left hook to the body by Canelo. And Scull responds with a hook and an uppercut. I think the hook landed, the uppercut didn't. Yeah, Whoa. They got into a tangled up for a second, and Canelo looked like he was about to try and suplex Scull. And referee admonishes Canelo for a second there, for not listening to his instructions. All right, we got about 30 seconds left here in the 11th round. Yeah, Scull is not. He's doing a lot of movement, a lot of lateral movement. He little changes in direction. He's making it. Yeah, Canelo is not catching him. He's just he's too slow at the moment. We're getting on to the final round here. We're moving on to the final round, and there's showing a replay of a right hook to the body by Canelo. Yeah, Julian, who's winning? I gotta tell you, Julian, like, I gotta tell you, to me, it's a close fight, and I could see Scull being up a point or two. We're in the final round now, just starting the final round. I don't know how this fight's going to be scored, because the judges tend to like Canelo's style, and of course, massive A side. And Canelo's far more efficient than Scull, but Scull, it seems like he's frustrating Canelo throughout this fight. Mannix has Canelo up 108 to 101, and I think that scorecard. He's only given Scull 2 rounds, and I think that's. I just don't think that's. I don't think it's accurate, at least to my eye. But I could see it. It seems like a close fight to me. And a big thing is, like, I wish that Canelo would have thrown more jabs. So total punches landed: 46 for Alvarez, 52 for Scull. Good left hook by Canelo. Canelo's landed way more power punches to the body. Right hook to the body by Canelo. Scull using his lateral movement. Canelo with a left hook to the body. Scull counters upstairs. Canelo with a left hook. Scull blocks it. Okay, Canelo, a double jab and a right hand, left hook to the body, but none of it lands cleanly. Scull with a jab and a right hook to the body. Scull now backing away, moving. Canelo with a right hook to the body that just barely touches Scull. There you go now. Jesus. Canelo. Back Scull into the corner. Little left hook to the body. Canelo. A couple rights to the body as they were tangled up. Scull avoids Canelo's right hook to the body. Scull keeps moving on the outside. Perimeter movement. Canelo shaking his head and talking a little shit. And there they are, embracing in the center of the ring. Canelo just seems like not happy. Seems or he's like kind of smiling, but like talking to Scull like he wishes, like he's like saying like why didn't you fight? Like I wish you would have fought with me. I gotta tell you, I don't know. I was not impressed by that performance. Not impressed. This fight reminds me of Canelo versus Lara. Yeah, I I feel like Canelo might have done more. Done more, landed some more clean shots in the Lara fight. More like nutmeg Alvarez. Yeah. Canelo should win a decision, but it sounds like he didn't look that good. His Scull was stronger than expected. Yeah, I think I don't know. I just Scull was doing a lot of movement, a lot of lateral movement, and was firing off some punches and was switching some stances and dropping his guard and doing some different things that might have just kept Canelo a little bit on his just a little bit off guard or whatever. But like I think what I'm missing is that I just didn't see urgency from Canelo. Like, where was the urgency to land? Like, he just got frustrated, and like I think part of my issue is that he would come forward and he like left room for Scull to like I would have wanted to see more rushing in, like, Canelo's coming in, like when you get Scull into like that one quadrant, that one quarter of the ring, like make more of a move to get inside. Okay, final punch stats. Total punches thrown 152 for Canelo, 293 thrown by Scull. Total punches landed 56 by Canelo, 55 by Scull. Power to the head 8 for Canelo, 22 for Scull. Power to the body 40 for Canelo, 6 for Scull. Clearly Canelo landed way more punches to the body, and Scull landed a good deal more to the head. Scull threw a lot more punches. Canelo landed, by this punch stats count, 1 more punch. So Canelo way more efficient. But yes, Michael Adams, exactly. There was no urgency. Where was the urgency to land? Where was the intensity to I don't know. I just I was thinking in the first few rounds he was just kind of like easing into it and being patient and sizing him up and feinting and looking to use the like I don't know. I didn't see. It didn't look like it looked like Canelo was thinking that Scull was going to come and fight the fight that Canelo wanted him to fight. But all right, let's see scores. All right, Canelo gets a unanimous decision, but the scores were 115-113, 116-112, and 119, I think, to 109 was the third one. That 119-109 was a stupid scorecard. Stupid scorecard. 115-113. That's kind of how I was seeing this as like a close fight. So, Chris Mannix, take a fucking look. Watch the fight again, Chris, because Chris was like, it was jerking off Canelo. Turkey a la Sheikh making an announcement. Gonna be Canelo and Crawford, I imagine. Oh, all right. Yep. Turkey Al Sheikh has called Crawford into the ring. This is it. Okay, I think he's saying we made a special ring belt, and this is for Canelo. You've got, just a picture here, you've got Turkey Al Sheikh standing in between Canelo on one side with all his super middleweight belts adorned on him, and then you got Terence Crawford standing on the other side. And he's instructed this guy to bring out this belt that was made. Ah, it's a ring. Wow, look at that. Brand new Ring Magazine belt. Looks really fresh. He said 100% gold. Holy shit. That is the Saudi touch right there, my friends. Saudi touch. Yeah, Michael agreed. That's right. All right. September 12th in Las Vegas. We've got Canelo versus Crawford, ladies and gentlemen. Oh boy. Like you said, Michael, Crawford's got to be feeling pretty good. And now we got a face-off photo here. Looks like they're like the same height. Maybe Canelo's a hair taller, but Canelo is definitely like, you know, thicker. Just solidly built dude. But yeah, Crawford should be feeling good after that, and I don't know. Crawford might be thinking, hey. Maybe I just need to use my jab and use my movement, circle around, and try and just avoid. The difference, though, also is that, you know, Crawford is about the same height, maybe a hair shorter than Canelo, whereas Scull is several inches taller than Canelo and just a bigger fighter, bigger person. Able to absorb some more of those shots. Was Canelo looking past Scull? You know, I think that very well might be the case. Sugarloaf community, maybe I missed it. Benavidez is still in the mix, or he recently left. Not. Oh, Canelo saying, you know. Canelo criticizing, saying Scull came, you know, just to survive. Benavidez is at 175, so that's why, you know, it's just not in the mix at the moment. Benavidez moved on. Canelo said, "I hate that kind of fighter." Yeah, that's the thing. I do think Canelo was looking past Scull a bit, because I feel like, you know, if he really was like determined to sorry, listening to the interview with Canelo here, Chris Mannix. he might have been looking past Scull, because I don't know. I just didn't see much. I didn't see much of a game plan from Canelo. The game plan clearly was, I mean, as far as game plan, it was attack the body. Okay, yeah, sure, he focused on the body, but it didn't seem like he developed that many ways to trap Scull and to close the distance, and that's kind of the issue, and as we said, the urgency. I wanted to see more urgency from Canelo. Now he's interviewing Bud Crawford. Ooh, Canelo said, Crawford said, I feel great. I feel blessed. I'm here, and September told me to show the world what greatness looks like. Yeah, Crawford looking confident there. And that's just the way Crawford is. He's a confident dude, and he is a guy who is does not take no for an answer. I will say, I would not. I very much doubt you'd get a performance like this out of Crawford. I think you'd get a whole lot more urgency from Crawford, especially if Canelo was in the crowd. I don't know, man. The fact that Crawford was there in the crowd, you had Bivol in the crowd, and yet it just didn't seem like he was that urgent to put damage on Scull and to get the knockout. And I don't know. I would have. I don't know. I don't know what that was. I do think that Scull's movement was really good. He used a lot of movement, a lot of footwork, a lot of lateral movement, and a lot of herky-jerky kind of stuff. He definitely put all his eggs into the outmaneuver Canelo basket. Don't let him get a solid foundation, because that is Canelo's real main weakness, as I mentioned before, is that it's Canelo's footwork. He's got slow feet. That's it, though. Canelo's got really good, he's got great defense, of course. Canelo has power. He's got quick hands. He's got a great body attack. He's got an unbelievable chin. Canelo is, but his feet are kind of slow, and Scull really put emphasized that and showed that. I will say, I think his size helped him a good deal to have that size advantage on Canelo, and Crawford will not enjoy that size advantage. Canelo will be the one with the size advantage, so that's kind of a big difference here. And there's other, obviously, major differences between Crawford and Scull, and how Scull might react to the shots that Canelo landed, how Crawford might react to the shots that Canelo landed on Scull. But man, I will say, was not terribly impressed by that performance. But overall, I think a solid card, solid night, helped me really get the taste out of my mouth from last night's absolute debacle of an event. At least this, we got the real good Martin Bakole and F.A. Ajagba fight. We got the Bruno Surace versus Jaime Munguia rematch, and that was interesting. We got Badou Jack, and this overall definitely helped after the last card. So thank you guys for hopping on. Really appreciate it, and I'll see you next time.